Hello, welcome back to the Struck Web. We would be streaming against some Wolcen today. I'm starting a little bit later today than normally, well, than yesterday, but it's still earlier than normal. And yeah, I was playing a bit of Torchlight 3, kind of, yeah, testing the boosted characters there, where it allows you to skip certain parts of the game. So, today I will be doing what I was doing yesterday, experimenting, testing new stuff, not using turrets, because it's too easy with them. And yeah, let's go. Let's kill some enemies, get some loot, maybe get the items I want. I'm trying to get two items. One of the items I've never had even before the wipe, and the other item I really do want to show you guys some builds before the launch with it. Those legs I will keep somewhere for now. So just a moment, let me quickly post my streaming notice on the Wolcen Discord while we're all getting ready to start. And as normally I do show you in the beginning some of the new news. New news? All right, let's make let's make it a thing. So yeah, there's a new modifier and a new skill I want to show you, and I will save those images now and show you the previews. Like usually, I like to start the day off with the preview of the day, and there's always two. Each weekday they're showing two new previews. So today they're actually pretty fun. I'm saving them as we speak, and now I'm gonna go and load them up. So, okay. First off, there's a Phantom Blades modifier. And what I can tell you about this one is it says Death's was delay makes your Phantom Blade projectile explode on the first enemy it hits after a few seconds. Then there's a skill called Evasion, which is finally a movement speed for the for the rogues, for the assassin ranger kind of players. So let's find where it went. Evasion. So evasion, I'm gonna zoom in a bit. Might look a bit blurry, but it is a movement skill. And what this movement skill does is a movement skill that allows you to jump in the opposite direction of the cursor and drop a projectile that slows enemies in an area of effect. Evasion can be used with daggers, bows and pistols. So basically this skill is kind of like a back jump. What most games have is a back row or whatever you want to call it. Back dash. Pretty nice to avoid enemies that are coming your way, and you can still face them and shoot at them, etc. Having the cursor on them, not having to do unnecessary mouse movements to put your cursor where you want to move. Enough of the previews. I'm gonna show you more later if you want, some of the old ones if you've not seen them. Now let's get on with it. I'm gonna do some Wrath of Saricel quickly, some Wrath of Saricel Veteran 2, let's say. I'm gonna do medium only, not medium but middle modifiers only. I decided to start a thing yesterday where I pick top, medium or bottom modifiers, and I would only pick the top, only the medium or only the bottom modifiers before I start the map. So it's kind of like me trying to get a random map. And I'm just farming for some items, as you know. We all are trying to get certain things out of the way. What's with the FPS? Oh, yesterday I had some issues with the FPS and I had to restart the game that fixed them to a certain extent. I'm gonna try and make this map a quick one. The quicker I reach the boss, the faster it would be to not have to kill Zealots, Shadow Blades, etc. The Ratusaris are enemies, basically I'm trying not to have to kill them. Yesterday I could do it under a minute and a half. I could do like a minute and 28-29 seconds runs yesterday. Alright, already good to go for the boss fight. Oh, well, this is gonna be a bit longer, because I wanna do this chest fight. There might be something good with this chest, so... we have to finish it. Well, nothing too good seems to have dropped, but I still need to pick some items to check them. They might end up being good. Alright, let's go for the boss now. Okay, 2 minutes 12 seconds. Still trying to get certain better rings and better chest and helmet for that build, but I'm also trying to get unique, so the next map would be map for unique farming. Just wanted to do a quick run of those at the start. I also would prefer to get good rogue armor for the legs for extra 5% move speed, so I can have 5% here, 5% here, 5% here, and another 20% from my passives for a 35% movement speed, and from the boots I've got 10. If I find Odelia's March with 15, that's gonna be even better. But yeah, movement speed definitely is fun for a spin to win build, for a Blade Storm build. And it definitely is amazing. Right, just clearing out the trash. So I really want Smile of the Searing Sun chest piece. I really want that, and I really want the Rage Mage leggings. But what is it, already 3-4 days in a row? No drops. Alright, let's do some unique farming. I say Veteran 3 would be fine. Let's go only the top modifiers. Top random, whatever we get, we get. We actually got pretty nice modifiers. Nothing too annoying. And I'm doing a farming setup at the moment. I'm maximizing not the damage, but I'm maximizing the movement speed. And I'm maximizing the wood quality. Otherwise I could be using my trio belt, but it's raping mine and probably your ears when I use it. Just listen. Just listen how bad it is. With all that screaming. Back to Mali. For this certain difficulty I really don't need the trio. The trio is fine. Like yesterday when I was doing champion on the spin to win build, I really needed the trio there on boss fights and on elites. But for this difficulty where I'm just farming, I really don't think I need it. Most things die from 1, 2, 3 hits. Glitch. That was the the stuck in place glitch. If I have to start naming glitches, that's what I would have named this one. Oh, we can do the boss now. Perfect. Fuck. Just wait. Ah. That skill keeps glitching on me. Okay, so far bad stuff drops only, but it's just the start. It's just the start. We've got a long way ahead of us until the end today. And starting tomorrow, it's gonna be a countdown. I'm gonna be starting the countdown because it's 8 days left, and tomorrow I'm gonna start the 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The week left countdown before the wipe. Just a moment, I have a message. Alright, never mind, not an important one, but yeah. We were having a discussion with one of my Discord buddies who also is every now and then a viewer. We were having discussion about some ARPGs that got ruined by by bad companies managing them badly, such as like Mu Legends having bad time gates and pay to win webs and fail. And he was also talking about Darkspore, which I think I've played, if it was the one where you can kind of evolve different things together. If it's what I think it is. He said it was ruined by EA. So yeah, good games can be ruined by bad companies. Thankfully, so far Wolcen is promising in that aspect. It doesn't seem like this game will be handled bad, but time will tell. And I'm gonna have my hopes up with Wolcen Studio of keeping the game good. Oh, 0 damage bug. Sometimes it happens after Warpath. So far, what did I get? Only one legendary. What day is it today? Is it Wednesday? Wednesday, okay, middle of the week. It's nice that the game is not releasing on a Friday, by the way, so if there's anything important, urgent bugs that need to be fixed, they can use the Thursday and Friday to fix them before the weekend. Never been a fan of games launching on Fridays and then taking the weekend off to not fix glitches and things that could probably be a given nowadays when games launch. So it's a good move. Wednesday, Thursday launches are a good thing. At least in my book they are, knowing that you're gonna get some support if something unexpected happens on launch day. They're not too thickly spread. They're actually pretty thinly spread at the moment, spread out groups of enemies. But we're already good for the boss fight. So was it this way? Yeah. Ah shit, I did not want to stop this run. Wanted to keep it going. Let's see, let's do this. Hitting the stone wall. Again. I don't have much rage, so I'm probably gonna wait just a little bit to get it dissipate. No. And first, wow, okay. At least it's dropping a unique. At least that. Shit unique, but it's unique. Just a moment. Boom. I could probably do slightly stronger content. I could probably go for veteran 5, 6, 7 and still do kind of okay in the speed department. But as I said, I don't want to be doing turrets. I don't want to be doing turrets. It seems too easy at this stage to be doing the turrets, and it's not fun right now. But that doesn't mean that I don't like using turrets, and I will be using turrets on launch. Turret necro, as I've been saying already, is my goal. Turret necro. 5 summons, 2 turrets, sounds pretty nice to me. And one of the summons being a tank summon that can taunt, keeping that aggro off of you. Ah! Should not have used this skill right now. Didn't notice him using the axe when I did the button, and since this game sometimes remembers commands and performs the action eventually after my spinning ends. He did something like this. So I pressed this, so I'm gonna show it again. I'm gonna be spinning and then I'm gonna press the button and let it cast when it stops spinning. So 1, 2, 3. You see, there was a delay between me saying 3, which was when I pressed the button, and the skill actually casting. But that's because it needs to finish the rotation, or 1 or 2 rotations that are left for the Blade Storm before it switches to the other skill. Missed. Worst possible for a spin to win build fight. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this map. I'm stuck. Can't move. Okay, now I can. Okay, did it. Thing is, I messed it at the start. If I had hit him at the start, that would have been him getting stunned, me dealing few attacks before backing out. But it's hit or miss with Warpath from miles away. I can't always hit the bosses with the first hit, which is pretty important to do. White chest, not bad. Let's see. So close. Dying. No, not now. What's this? A great axe. That might be nice. Looking for a better weapon with Wife Leech instead of my current stats. I mean, this one's good, but no Wife Leech. But it's crit chance and crit damage, which I like. This elemental status ailment being replaced with Wife Leech would probably be my perfect rose. 3 flat, crit chance, crit damage, and Wife Leech. I love it for spin to win to have a little Wife Leech in there for that extra heal every now and then against elites. We were faster than his hook. There's some more here. Okay, moving on. This might be one of the longer maps. Another regicide. And a red chest, perfect. I'm loving those red chests. Oh, look at that spam. Look at that damn special attack spam. Let's see. Oh, there's a purple chest? Wow, that's a good map. That's a good map. A red chest at the start, purple chest shortly afterwards. Didn't get anything good, but who knows, eventually I should. Poison. Alright, let's keep moving. I've kind of stopped picking yellow wood unless it's Wrath of Saricel map. If it's Saricel maps, I can still get some yellow stuff that might be fine, might be better than some legendaries I've got without the modifiers. But in here, most of the gear I can get would be kind of junk. I mean, there's still probably gonna be some yellow things that might be an upgrade, but it just takes too long to stop for yellows in a non-Wrath of Saricel map. Knowing I won't get those special modifiers. Alright, nothing too good. We're ready to go for the boss. Alright, let's push it. No! Keeps going for a single hit instead of charge. Ah, damn. I thought I jumped behind it, I guess I didn't. Rings I would pick up though. This is shit. Those legendaries I'm gonna sell later. And let's do some sacrifices to the wood gods for good stuff. This map might take longer than the previous ones did. Just this biome has a weird layout most of the time. Ah. Nice. Finally a seal of the Arbiter ring. It is good for the spin to win because I really don't need that much attack speed. I really don't need that much attack speed on spin to win because yeah, I do spin faster but I don't do ticks faster. It has been tested by me and my viewers. So let me check something. Oh, shit. Oh no, wrong skill. Wrong skill. Need to get rid of my rage quickly. Okay, now I have 0 rage. So 271. Stop coming at me. I can't need to get rid of the rage. Are they fucking gonna stop coming? The game is fucking trolling me, I'm telling you. Look at them coming one by one. They couldn't come at the same time. Now I have to just go ahead and make sure there's no one here left. So they stop trolling me. Now they're coming from another way. I'm not sure what's wrong with this game. From where do those enemies actually aggro me? Like, how? Okay. I need 0 rage. So let's test now. 2717. If I do this, it's 3130. If I do this, it's 3096. So this was the better option. This is the better option out of the two. Seems fine being that way, but I want to test it with max rage as well, because I think things change a bit when I get max rage. So 5222, 5217, so the difference is barely there. Let's get the one with the attributes though. You can see this jump is slower, and this would be moving actually fast still. This would be a bit slower, but the spinning is fine. It still does the ticks as fast as it does. It does seem the animation is slower itself, but the ticks are not. So finally a Ring of the Arbiter after so many days. And it was dropping them like crazy on my online playthrough. In the online playthrough I couldn't get enough of those rings. I've given away so many and I still had to sell so many because I didn't have room to keep them. I didn't even look at the stats this one gave, whether it was a trash tier 1 or it was a good one. So this one actually was bad, only 33% crit damage. Actually 33, that's not too bad. It's 54 weapon damage, which is nice. I had one with 60-61 I think, and the crit damage at the bottom was 35. That's not too bad though, I mean it's fine, it's an acceptable one. And a red chest. Wow. Okay, let's wait. Let's wait. Those devourers are... I have a feeling I'm gonna get spawn killed with 2 devourers. That's why I'm gonna do this. There we go. Okay. Well, nothing too good so far. But at least I got a Ring of the Arbiter, which was much needed. Not as strong for this build, but if I were to start going for a turret build, this definitely would help a lot with better hits on the turret. Because the turret really doesn't get affected by attack speed unless you equip it as a weapon and hold it as a machine gun. Why did it stop spinning though? Wait, there we go. Right, boss fight time. Oh, again another miss. I need to make sure I don't die, so I'm gonna escape. I think I've wasted a lot of reses on this one. One-handed? Oh no, it's not one-handed, it's two-handed. With occult damage, Sacred and Shadow. So basically Sacred and Shadow flat and occult damage boosting that. If there was a build that converts physical into occult, it might have been fun to test. But there's actually just the opposite. Still not gonna be as strong as a triple flat. You can see by the number it's 133. It could go up to like 200 without gems if you have something great. Look at that, 195 without gems. Well, let's go again. This time should I try something harder for more wood quality? See, if you get something like this post-launch, like after the game launches, and if that had 3 sockets, it would have been great because you could add a third, not third, but you can add a sixth modifier, sixth affix yourself, without needing to remove something before that. Just check here. Well, nothing seems too great. What about my elemental damage things? 21 with ferocity, 25 without, 22. Let's do veteran 5, I say. It's gonna be a bit difficult though, because many things would be able to easily damage me while spinning. Let's do the medium only. Whatever we get is medium we get. Alright, willpower regeneration could be a bummer, being nerfed. The spin to win enemies would be a bit annoying to deal with on this map. So I'm not even sure I can complete it on veteran 5 with this setup. But the wood quality is nice. We're at 200%, 205, and with my belt that goes to 250 something. And this is the spin to win enemies I was talking about. That can one-shot me. It would be difficult to deal with. And this one was just a blue one. A yellow or a legendary enemy would be even more impossible to deal with, but I can always keep them. If the game is good to us, we could do some rage mage later. If only it can drop the rage pants, that's all I want. The rage pants and Smile of the Searing Sun breastplate. But for the Rage Mage I don't even need Smile of the Searing Sun. Although it actually would fit well in the setup. It would fit pretty nicely in the setup. Go grab that chest up there. Surprised that there wasn't a chest here. Having difficulties picking up items. See, I am clicking on the fucking item, but my character doesn't want to pick it up. There we go. Emerald ring. No. Let's hope he doesn't start spinning. Okay, there we go. Deeper. About this one. Oh, alright. Disappointing wood. This is filling up slower than the last map. Ah! Did not expect him to be doing the fucking poison now. I hope I don't get spawn killed. Okay, nothing too good. But as long as it's dropping, I'm happy. Eventually it will drop what we want. As long as we're getting uniques and legendaries. But at the moment, my focus probably should be on the uniques. I can live even if my legendaries are not min-maxed. or if I'm wearing yellows in the SWATs for head and armor and legs. I think the boss is this way. He better be, because then it would have been a long way back. I think I only died once on this run, so I can die twice on the boss max. Oh, did it drop? I'm gonna pick that one up in case I don't really need a 3 crowns brooch, but it is still unique. And it is better than what I've got. Less dodge, more movement speed, more agility. I'm wondering if when the game launches, a dodge centered spin to win setup would be interesting to try. With a lot of movement speed and dodging and agility based setup. But where would the crit come from if I go for an agility based setup though? We do need the crits. Alright, the explosions are gone. Yeah, another bad one. And here we go. Here we go. Another bad one. Look at how slow it has been filling the hunt down enemies bar this time around. Still don't know how the damage scales for Warpath. Is it based on distance traveled? Is it based on proximity to the enemy when we release the shockwave? I can't tell, but sometimes it deals twice as more with the exact same amount of rage levels that I've got. So if someone knows the science behind it, feel free to share it with us. Team files, what is going to be the level cap and what percentage of the game have we seen so far? Okay, I'm gonna stop to answer this one for a moment. I hope you don't mind that. And welcome to my YouTube team. So the level cap would be 90, and you can read this. Let me see if it's posting the link. So you can read more about it on this link, but I'm gonna explain what you can see in the link. In the link you would see that it's saying the active skills we have currently are 20, and they're gonna be upgraded to 40. So those 20 skills here would be twice as many. and each active skill has currently 8 or in some cases like the turret 9 modifiers. Those modifiers would change to 16 modifiers per skill, so twice as many skills with twice as many modifiers. Currently you see I have 20 modifier points and the maximum level of a skill is level 20. The maximum level would be level 90 and the modifier points would go down to 10. But the modifiers would cost 1, 2 and 3 points instead of 4 and 8 points. So it would be slightly different than it works, and more info you can read in here. More info about the skill, modifiers, changes, etc. You can, or maybe that's not the link. W skills 1. Yeah, that's it. W skills 1. Still gotta remember those commands. I made those commands yesterday, so it's definitely gonna be fun. And we've seen Act 1. We've seen Act 1, and there's gonna be 2 more acts added when the game launches. And there's gonna be more endgame content. There's also gonna be stories and quests related to the endgame that will reward us. So it's not gonna be just the regular story and the current endgame, but there's gonna be more things. There's also gonna be housing. There's gonna be housing, different types of player housing. So that's also something to look forward to. The crafting will be changing substantially compared to what we have at the moment. So for the crafting, this is the link. You should be able to see it in all platforms. If one of the links is not posting, let me know. I'm currently monitoring some of the chats, but I can't see all of those at the moment at the same time, because I'm only seeing some messages that you can see on your screen. Those messages you can see on your screen, I can see myself too. So the crafting would be kind of like the current socketing system combined with the Path of Exile, Regents, Orbs system. We would be able to consume the socketed items, the socketed gems in one item, and based on what socketed gems the item has, we are gonna get different results. Of course, based on what orb we use. There's gonna be orbs that completely reroll the stats on an item. There's gonna be orbs that remove one stat from an item. There's also gonna be orbs that allow you to add one stat, or to add one stat and to lose one stat. So there's gonna be a lot of interesting versions of min-maxing a good item we have. Of course, you can only craft non-unique items, so unique items cannot be crafted. That's why they are unique. But legendary items you would be able to craft and min-max, and in many cases the legendary item would be better than a unique, unless the unique is special to the build and a necessary one. And that's a lot of depth. That's a lot of depth that we are getting. Oh, also I forgot to tell you about the passive skill points. So at the moment we have 38 passive skill points. On launch we would have 89 passive skill points, and there will be a third skill tree here, third ring, and you can rotate ring number 1, and based on what is linked you get different results. You can rotate ring number 2, and again based on what is linked you get different results. Of course, if something is not linked like this one, I'm not gonna get that bonus here. But if it is linked, I will get the bonus. So you wanna make sure everything is linked, and what it would look like is, many people are wondering what the new passive skill tree would look like. I can show you a glimpse. Not all of it, but I can show you a glimpse of the new passive skill ring. Which should be... Let me just a second, I will need to find where I saved it. Wolcen, crafting skills, maybe. No. Edited, no. Shit, I'm sure I had it somewhere here. Just gotta find out where. But yeah, I'm gonna show it to you. Just a moment. There we go. Outer. So I'm gonna zoom in, and you can see on the sides here, and here. There's some sort of glimpses of the new ring. So that's kind of how it's gonna be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. We can see up to 16 of the new things, of the new nodes. And it's gonna be probably around 20 new nodes in each of those 12 classes. We currently have 6 plus 3, being ring 2 plus ring 1. So we have 9 classes, and those are called classes. Each of those sections is called a class, because the game doesn't have traditional classes, and you get different classes assigned to you. Not literally, but just in name. By investing into the skill points from that class, we're gonna get 12, so that's twice as many classes, even more. 133% more classes. So the depth of build making and possibilities and freedom of selecting things for your class would be so much better in 8 days, guys. 8 days left until the launch. The hype is real. The game is almost here. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be doing a weekly countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I can't wait for all the new stuff to come. And yeah, the good thing about the game is you can respec at any time. If you don't like playing outs, you can play one character and make that character a mage. Then after a few maps you decide, okay, I'm bored with playing a mage, let's go and play a tank. Then you make it a tank. And you get bored with playing the tank, then you decide, okay, I want to make it a ranger or an engineer. And you make it that. Then you decide you want a necromancer, and you make it a necromancer. You can always respec your passives, and you can rearrange your actives, and you can respec your attributes as well. And it's super easy. It doesn't cost a kidney, a leg and an arm to respec in the game, and it doesn't take too long to respec. I think you just need to do a couple of minutes of farming. Probably one map run is enough to get you more than plenty of resources to respec. I can tell you respecing costs your level times 100 in gold and affinity points. So when you're level 90, that would cost 9,000 gold to respec your attributes, and one item can be sold between 200-300 and even 900 for the good ones, which is what, 10 items of the good ones, and you're set for a respec. And that's level 20 items, mind you. Those items have level 20 attributes. Even though it's a level 38 item, it still costs as much as like a level 20-ish one. So yeah, keep that in mind. And about the affinity attributes here, you can sell one Eneract and you would be able to respec. I'm gonna show you. This is an Eneract. This is a skill book. Similar to how in Diablo 1 you could find skills in skill books. In this game you find them in Eneracts. And you learn them like that. If you already have the item, you can sell it for affinity to the enemy. Not to the enemy, to the NPC in the town. I'm gonna show you. In the town there is an NPC which buys those and gives you affinity. And here's something that probably some people may not know. The affinity you can get depends on the level you were when the item dropped. So currently I'm level 20 and the item drops as a level 20 item even though it says required level 1. That means it's gonna cost my level times 100. And my level times 100 is the exact same of amount I need to pay to reset my passives. So at any time when you find an interact, it will give you exactly as much as you need to reset your passives. So resetting your passives costs exactly as much as an interact of the same level you are. So at first I thought, okay, it would be nice to save interacts for when I'm later level and sell them for higher amount of affinity points, but I tested it. I tested creating a new character and saving some low level interacts and then hitting level 20, but the price I can sell them for didn't change because it remembers what level I was when the item was found. So there's no way to kind of abuse this and get some 5-6 level interacts and save them all the way to level 90 and sell them for much more. But one thing is sure, it's super easy and super cheap to get affinity points. If you need affinity points, you can farm interacts and they drop like crazy. So that's never gonna be a problem for you. Don't worry about respects, don't worry about leveling up skills with affinity points. And affinity points would be needed to level up skills. If you're starting a new build and you wanna jumpstart some of the first few levels, you can use interacts to give you affinity points, and then those affinity points can be used to level up a skill. Once I'm done with this run, I will show you. I will go to the town and show you how we can level up skills with affinity points. I'm gonna start picking up some interacts for that reason. Okay, so let's go to the town and show you. So this is the NPC that can, first of all, she can sell you interacts, and second of all, you can sell the interacts to her for affinity points. So you can see here value 2000. But if you want to sell interacts, first of all you need to be in here. This needs to be selected, and look at my affinity. It's gonna go by 2000 for each of those interacts I sell her. So I can buy them for 1000 and then I can sell them for 2000. And I buy them for gold and I sell them for affinity. Then let's select a skill I wanna level up. Maybe let's level up Annihilation, because it's fun to play with it. And you can see I'm consuming that to jumpstart a skill that I might wanna switch to later. So that's one way of using affinity. Oh, wow, sorry for that. Tuxitux, thank you for telling me this. I did leave it open. I mean, I did click X, but it doesn't always close. I think this one is the thing that glitches on me, this walk key. But yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me about closing the window. And yeah, I did leave it open by accident. But yeah, I hope everything is clear in regards to those interacts and all of that, and how it relates to the end game and how it relates to leveling skills and all of that. It will be an important thing, but it won't be that difficult to get it. Unless they change the drop rates, which is also a possibility. They might decide to change the rates of how easy it is to obtain it. This is, by the way, a great ring we've just got. No willpower and rage, but I think it would be giving me more damage overall. Let me check. I'm gonna remove this from here. Put it in the ring. 8, 9. I need one with 10 to 0 attributes. Nine. There isn't one with 10 to 0 attributes maybe in my inventory. What about this one? 8. What about this one? This one was 10. So let's check my damage now. 3145. 3311. Oh, that's a solid boost. 5468 goes to 5191. Okay, I can see now why this is a good idea to use that ring. 2 times flat damage, some crit damage. Pretty nice. I mean, I lost some 16, but I got 22 crit damage, and the biggest boost is the extra flat attack that I got. Let's check something first. Thirst. One extra %. Nice. This I'm gonna sell, this I'm gonna leave here. Actually, let's sell this one too. This one is 55. 58. 20. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna sacrifice those to the wood gods, so I'm gonna buy them back. People love testing stuff, so if they leave like this, it will be more fun and you don't get stuck with one build only because it's too expensive to test another one. Yes, indeed. With this game, this is the thing. They're catering towards the community, and the community of this game is famous for loving to test new builds, loving to theory craft. And why force people into using web tools to theory craft when they can just do it within the game by respecing? It's easy. That way it's nice. You don't have to even leave the game to theory craft a new build. You can just press 2 buttons. Press this button, and in more cases you wouldn't even need to press this button to respec, because most people would be keeping ferocity or toughness as their main stats. But that remains to be seen on launch, whether agility and wisdom builds would be viable. There's definitely gonna be some changes, and I think ailment builds with wisdom might be interesting to try. Ailment builds with wisdom that are not relying on crits and are actually relying on basic regular ailment damage. Maybe that would be interesting to test on launch. Let's go for what was I doing? I was doing veteran 5 just now. And I think I reached veteran 6 great enemies. Okay, let's do top only. Top, 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 top. And this is what you can use this for. You can wear untainted enemies and you can pay again your level times 100 in affinity points. That means you're paying 1 Eneract worth of affinity points. And the money is here again, your level times 100. So this on level 90, this would be 9000 gold, this would be 9000 affinity, but you would be getting 9000 affinity by selling 1 Eneract. This is how it works at the moment. The formula is our level times 100 in the resource. By the way, yeah, welcome back to everyone who's back from the last few days. Like Tuxi. Untainted isn't worth it. Well, untainted are worth it for certain things. I mean, you do untainted to farm certain items. I can't get my helmet or my chest piece or my ring, the other one, the old one. This ring with the rage bonus, or this other ring with rage bonus I had, where was it? This one. I can't get those rings from other places. So yeah, I can only get them in the untainted enemy place. In Saricel. I'm just testing my damage now. I'm comparing damages. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's sacrifice. One is gonna go here. This goes here. This goes here, and this goes here. And now the wood gods should be pleased and give us some good stuff. Ambius WoW build is pretty slow if you don't have the dissipation. You need good transfer time for an Ambius WoW build. It does good damage, but it's not fast like Bladestorm. Bladestorm is my speed running build. You can see I have 5% movement speed here, 5% movement speed here, another 15% here, and another 10% here that can actually go to 15. And this one, if it was a rogue armor, it can also be another 5% movement speed. And I intentionally made a speed running, speed farming, movement speed setup. Normally I do 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. So I get more melee damage here, and here I get more HP normally. But I decided to do this way for that movement speed, and I decided to take this movement speed and this movement speed. This is how I just decided to make a movement speed based speed farming setup. Ambius WoW is nice, but with Ambius WoW you're stuck in one place for too long, and that leaves you vulnerable. So for the lower difficulties it's fine, but you need something to dissipate the rage into willpower. So you need transfer time reduction. And I have only 15% here, and 10% here, and I have 0% transfer time here. And you need rage and willpower cost reduction and transfer time reduction if you're doing Ambius WoW. I can show you Ambius WoW for a bit, just so you can see what I mean. It does do a lot of damage, that is for sure. Especially when I have my rage field, it does do good damage. But it's definitely not as fast. So Ambius WoW, it's a good alternative if someone doesn't have Bladestorm. It is good, but if I'm going for the speed setup, at the moment my setup is not optimized for Anvil Slow. But in a way it's still a good setup for Anvil Slow. Why? Because this doesn't only give movement speed, it also gives attack speed. And attack speed is a good start for Anvil Slow. So even though I'm not using Blade Storm now, just by switching the skills, it's still not a bad decision to have this setup there. What Anvil Slow modifiers do I have, by the way? The standard one. Okay, just checking something here. So far, bad drops. Yeah, let's... No, fuck. For that skill I need a lot of attack speed. Vault Tech Employee, welcome to my stream, Vault Tech Employee. This is good in a way, but I'm not sure whether you would enjoy it as much as Diablo 2, but as much as Diablo 3 you can probably enjoy it. I would put this in regards to what game it is. I can tell you, if you mix up Diablo 1, 2 and 3 with Path of Exile and take a little bit of Grim Dawn for spice, you get this game. So it has a little bit of everything, and it has mostly the good parts of the things I mentioned. Or at least for me. I mean, different people prefer different things. I personally enjoy that this is adopting the skill system from Diablo 3 and mixing it with similar to the passive system in Grim Dawn and Path of Exile. Kind of having those passives and being able to rotate them. I'm a big fan of this twist. And then you still have stats that you can reset and spec into what you want. Classical RPG stuff. And I'm a big fan of being able to modify my skills with different runes based on what I want in my skill. Big fan of this. And yeah, as we were talking about, this skill Anvil Slow needs a lot of attack speed. So if I were to go for an Anvil Slow build, I'm gonna get this one. This gives me attack speed. This also can give me attack speed score. So if I were to go for an Anvil Slow build, I would be changing things. Okay, let's keep moving. For Anvil Slow, you would want a weapon with attack speed as well. So instead of elemental status element chance score, I would probably want something that gives me attack speed there. There's one thing that I really like, it's this weapon. But the thing is, this weapon is not working as intended. It's supposed to give you crowd control immunity. And if you have this version of the skill, this version of the skill allows you to charge it. And if you have good attack speed, you can charge it quickly and do more damage. But even if you don't charge it, it's fine. But the thing is, it's slow if you don't stack a lot of attack speed. And you don't want to be using this ring. This ring removes 25% attack speed. So if I were to remove this and go back to that, look at that. It's much better. So the last thing you want to be using for a build with Anvil Slow is Seal of the Arbiter. Seal of the Arbiter is good for turrets. Seal of the Arbiter is good for Blade Storm. Not for this. Because Blade Storm does not get affected by the attack speed, only visually. The only change is a visual change of you spinning slower, but the ticks do not get slower, so it could be a bit misleading. At first I thought I would be doing faster ticks by spinning faster, but it's just a visual change. And what I was saying about this weapon, oh, I'm using the wrong weapon here. About this weapon, it's supposed to give you crowd control immunity. But this crowd control immunity doesn't work. We've tested it and I can be knocked back and whatever with this skill. So it's not working as intended, and I really hope they fix it, because I really want to do a Abolition Act version of Anvil's WoW build with the charged setup. When charging on a boss with a shield and Abolition Act, or Abolition Act and a pistol, or Abolition Act and whatever else you wanna team it up with, it would be amazing. And Abolition Act itself gives you 42% attack speed score. I think this can go up to 50%. And since it only does material damage, you can take things like Gods Amongst Men. Gods Amongst Men increases the material damage by 80%, but it makes it so that you cannot do any type of other damage. You also get 30% conversion of any other types of damage, so something like this. I currently have 43 fire and up to 33 frost. So if I have that one, I'm gonna convert 10% of this and 10% of this. I mean 30% of this and 30% of this into physical. And I'm gonna have 80% more physical. But of course I do prefer for this setup the two-hander. But Abolition Act, I do have a build in mind with it, as long as they fix the weapon. Because currently I can still get knocked back even though I'm not supposed to get knocked back with that weapon. I'm wondering if dual Abolition Acts would work with all that attack speed. Or whether Abolition Act with a dagger would give you a good attack speed combo for a setup for Anvil's WoW. If there's another one-handed item, unique item that gives you good attack speed, that's gonna be a very nice addition as well. The thing I'm really excited about is the new unique items that we're gonna get, and what builds we would be able to make with those items. Wait, which way? Did I come from this way? Maybe not. Ah, no. Okay. You're safe. Yeah, yesterday I was doing champion and it felt very slow. With spin to win to do champion, you have to kite a lot and it just defeats the whole purpose of it. And Warpath was the boss killer for that. It is still, even in this champion 5-ish difficulty, not champion 5-ish but veteran 5-ish, I still rely heavily on Warpath for when it comes to elites and bosses. And here I did a big mistake and I'm gonna get spawn killed probably. that worked okay. Phew, that was that kind of intense, me having to escape. The thing is, while I'm spinning, there's a delay between me using a potion. Because there's like a second delay before I stop spinning and I can use the potion after pressing the button to use the potion. I think what this game also needs is not just streamers, the big names of the genre, but I think big variety streamers that normally have more people watching them than the ones that are from the ARPG genre only. If they on launch they make streams for this game and end up liking it, that would bring a lot of people into the game. You have people like Dance Gaming. He's a very cool guy. I watch every now and then, and I used to watch since long ago. Who is a variety streamer, and he's a big dude when it comes to crowds that he can attract. He's a good entertainer, and I think things like people like him, being someone who streams this game on launch, they would be very good for the game. Because the other day we were having a discussion what type of people the developers need to give free copies of the game for sponsored streams to. And yeah, the obvious choices would be people like Riker, Butchet from Diablo, or Ziggy and other big names from Path of Exile. But it just got me to thinking, why not even give the big variety streamers free copies of the game to do a sponsored stream on launch day to get some marketing done. Spread the word. Oh, no. Thankfully those spear bearers were not dead. Now we can get them to be. Too many spears, I need to get rid of them one by one. Okay. Let's see this. But yeah, on the offline mode I've been seeing less items dropping than the online. Not sure why this is, but on the online mode just doing a depth was getting me twice, 3 times as many good items than here. Not sure why that's the case, but it is how it is. There is something wrong about the drop rate in offline mode. And I would have expected the opposite being the case, but no. Oh, white chest. Anything good here? And it's boss time. Ah! Okay, I have to wait now. Have to wait for the beam to be over before I resurrect, otherwise it's gonna be instant spawn kill. There we go. Sometimes the timing of you resurrecting could be very bad, because this game has done something I'm not a big fan of, and it allows you to resurrect instantly and be vulnerable to damage instantly. And other games, for example, I'm just gonna give you some examples. Torchlight 3, Warhammer Chaos Bane allow you to resurrect in the same place by paying certain fee, but you also are invulnerable and can't do damage for like a second, 2 seconds, etc. So that's good, that prevents spawn killing. In this game I've had the cases where this exact demon guy would kill me 3 times in a row because I just instantly revived as soon as I died. And mind you, those 2 consecutive deaths were from the beam attack. From the same beam attack. So it lasted for long enough for me to resurrect twice and get killed by it twice. And I'm hoping on launch this would change. If it doesn't, I'm gonna send them some feedback to consider changing it, to make it more reasonable. 25 elemental damage, I think that's the highest I've gotten. Of course it can go up to 35. Yeah, only junk is dropping. Just when I was about to dodge it. No! And I did not want my character to go and do this. This is another thing I want fixed. Currently you can disable your rush attack, but it gets undisabled. Like, look at that. Now it works, but if I change my map, it gets enabled. World West, nothing too fancy. Beanie Hipster, what is that? Is that an emote? Cause I'm only seeing the name. Just a second. I wanna go and check what this is. Ah, okay, I see it. Looks a bit like Ashton Kutcher, but not really. I see now what that is. I really wish Restream would fix this chat window that I'm using to manage the chat and to watch it, so I can see the emotes there and the stickers and the super chat. Look at this timing. Look at this timing. Right, let's go kill some more batches of enemies. Thing is, I only have 1 resurrection, so on the boss fight it's gonna be a bit tough. And we are ready to go for the boss fight. And Wolcen, by the way, is doing a very nice part of the month to launch. It's not launching at the end of the month where many of the people would have already spent their salaries, and it's not launching in the beginning of the month because some people get paid around the middle. So it's picked a very strategic thing to do by delaying the launch date by 2 weeks. The original launch should have been, what, on the 31st? Or was it the 30th? I can't remember exactly, but I think it was the 31st. And the delay, maybe it wasn't intentional to have that delay, but it ended up being better for the game, delaying the launch. Okay, I was full with items anyways, so it's good that I died. So I can sell all that. Uh, 19-1, 18-1, 15-23, 25-26. Okay, this is for sacrifice. Let's compare the abolitions. 3% attack speed score or 3% material damage to attacks. Actually it's 6%. Let's keep that one. In just a moment, my pet is giving me orders. You wanna hear him? He wants food. Pet, say how hungry you are. Okay, I think you heard him. He wants some food. So just give me 1 minute to give him some. Alright, the pet is fed. Let's go sacrifice some items. Let's do veteran 6. And we're gonna be doing top, only top modifiers. Whatever gets selected at the top, we're picking it. Sacrificing this and this and this in the name of good drops. Okay, got some sort of a buff. I didn't even see what buff, but we did get something out of this. Alright, let's see this one. For shield. Not something I really need, but more is always nice. And some more. Oh, this choke point was amazing for a warpath group up. Oh shit, no rage, no rage. Need more dissipation time. think soon we should be good to go for the boss. Trying to find bigger groups of enemies, but they're kind of spread out. Okay, here. No. Now this one took a beating. And we can go for the boss now. I'm not gonna do the other elites. Alright. I'm not sure what dropped, but I think it was Regicide Mark. I saw Roman number 3. Oh no, no, I really need that item. I really need that item. And I can't escape. Fuck. The 4 shield shoulders. It's the 4 shield shoulders. If I manage to get the 4 shield conversion armor with this shoulder and another one of that shoulder, it's gonna be a great combo. I'm gonna have to play extra safe now. I don't wanna die and lose that shoulder. Okay, let's pick it up. Okay, now I don't care if the other enemy kills me. The wood has been gotten. I don't want that, but okay. It's this shoulder I was talking about. It gives you transfer time reduction 20, which is pretty nice. And it gives you spell cost reduction, but it gives you 25% force shield. Not force shield score or anything, it's percentage force shield, and not on this item, but actual 25% force shield. So with this item from 430, if I were to change that one, that's 59 compared to 117, look at that, it's 605. But the more force shield you have, the better the results with this shoulder is. So for full force shield builds, this is an amazing thing. And if you're going for the armor that converts force shield into HP, with those shoulders you can get amazing results. If you have 2 of those, that's 50% increase to your force shield. So if you have 7000 force shield, it's gonna be what? 10,000 something. Although 7,000 is a bit difficult to achieve, but you can easily get 5-6,000 for shield if all of your items are with it and they're socketed with 4 shield in the slots. And when you're using those shoulders, it's better to socket 4 shield in the sockets rather than HP. I think that's how this other person that achieved 25,000 HP got it, by socketing 4 shield into the sockets and only using the chest piece that converts 4 shield, and probably he was using a helmet with 4 shield, boots and legs with 4 shield, and those 2 shoulders and gauntlets with it as well. Sunny's stash ring is also good because you can get up to 30% damage with it, but also get 4 shield, 100 from both. Not as good as a legendary, but still there, still good. Now I just need that armor. I really need that Smile of the Searing Sun chest piece. Alright, what does give? 35% FS. Ah, didn't have rage to do my charge. Need to make sure I pay attention to it. Okay. What have we here? Ooh, so close to dying, so close. I'm wondering what the next grade of potions would be. On launch. Because this one with 800 is definitely gonna have a better version. Maybe a few better versions on launch. And here's the thing. If you're level 90, we wouldn't be spending all our stats into ferocity. I think there's gonna be more options for hybrid builds when it comes to stat allocation. 90 levels, that's gonna give us a lot of passive attributes. A lot of passive attributes, and some people might be mixing things up by spending some into ferocity, some into wisdom, or some into agility, some into toughness. Currently at the moment, most people kind of focus into one thing and one thing only. But you don't need that much crit chance. I mean, once you go past 50% crit chance, maybe 60, you might wanna start spending toughness or agility points. And Dimich, nice to see you again, dude. How have you been this lovely Wednesday? Are you excited about this game, Dimich? My fellow countrymen. Come on, skill, stop bugging on me, skill. I know you can do it. Okay, let's delve deeper and deeper till we get knee deep into monster butt. Life reach? Alright, let's take it. Why not? That's a nice answer to my question, Dimich. How are you? Yes. Or maybe I asked something else. I forgot what else I asked you. I guess I asked you whether you're feeling good and you said yes to that. This brings some memes to mind. But yeah, it's we are all excited about this game. Me, you, everyone. I'm glad to hear that you're excited about Wolcen. We are all here for the hype train. And I'm gonna start the hype train tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be doing a countdown every day. I'm gonna be counting the days left. As is tradition, before days, one week before a launch, to start counting the days from 7 until 0. Yeah, I got that. I was just joshing you there. Okay, let's see this chest. Nothing good. Alright, let's speed things up a little. And this skill with this glitch, pretty annoying, but gotta live through it. I think that's probably one of the reasons why many people don't enjoy playing warpath builds, because of this glitch where it goes off without counting the button being held. Alright, let's get those elites too. We never know where the unique is hiding. Boom. Oh. Phew. Okay, we got this. It's a junk one, I don't even need to see it to know it's not gonna be better than what I've got. Oh, it's boss time. But before the boss, I'm gonna go and grab that elite, cause could have something good there. Alright, good to go. Now full force, charge ahead. And this was it for this one. How deep are we? Monster level 20 something? 22 above me. $235 magic find. The game is not generous, it's not giving me those additional map modifiers for 50 wood quality, so I might after this map end it and start a new one. Hopefully get one of those modifiers. I think I should go back to doing adept, because I'm not noticing much difference in the drops. And it's just taking longer to do those. It's taking longer, but the drops are the same. Offline mode does not like me anymore. It liked me in the first day. In the first day of farming, getting the trial belt and Argan's heart. Within 2 hours of starting the endgame play. And then after that, BS after BS. But at least I got those shoulders today. I'm pretty happy I got them. If I can, before the launch, manage to get the Searing Sun, it's gonna be perfect. Air Womb. One shots. It's like doing Norska invasions in Chaos Bane. One shots from everywhere. Please be a good one. No, it's a shit one. So we have 235 magic finds together with 49 from my belt. And yeah, we are seeing more legendaries, but not as many uniques. This glitch where I can't move. Look at where my cursor is, and it kept spinning in one place. Okay. One shots everywhere. Give it some time. I think he's done with the beam. Ah, no, teleport. I kind of gambled here. I thought I was gonna kill him before he cast the skill. Couldn't. Somehow he ended up dying after me though, even though I don't do damage over time. Well, I'm gonna have to go to the town after this, because the inventory is full again. Can sacrifice this to the wood gods, and this. Can sacrifice some unique and some legendaries as well. I don't need this one. I don't need this one, or this one, or this one. Let's do this. How many reses do I have? I think I've got one more res, and that's it. Ah, glitch. Okay. So many things I want fixed for the launch, and they had 4 months. The build we are playing right now is 4 months old with just a few hot fixes in between. So they had plenty of time to fix a lot of stuff. Hopefully they did. How? I was behind him. Anyways, let's see what we can salvage from all those things that dropped. Material damage 34, no rage and willpower cost reduction. One thing missing to make it a good one and to make it worth wearing. I wanna check something though. 3306. 3330. Where's my material damage stuff? Okay. Let's do something easier. Let's do veteran 2 this time instead of 5, 6, 7. And going for top. Accept. Let's see. Do we want to do Anvil Slow? If we're gonna do Anvil Slow, we're gonna lose some damage, but it's gonna be a bit different. A little bit of variety. Let's do some obvious woe this run. I didn't even respect the skills. I could have respected the skills to get more attack speed for this, but it's fine. I really don't need that much attack speed because I one-shot them. I mean, if I hit them, I don't need to hit them second time. For bosses though, we would need it, but for bosses I'm relying on Warpath, not on obvious woe. And here's one of the problems, as I said, the transfer time reduction. Look at that. We end up having the white bar a lot of the time over there where we don't want it. But yeah, that's why I equipped those two rings. They give me a lot of attack speed score. My attack speed score at the moment is what, 30 something. I can get that to 40 if I get this one and maybe this one. But that's how many points do I need to get it? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, alternatively just 5. And the only places from where I can sacrifice points would be 1 point from here can be lost. 2 points, 3 points can be lost here. So that's 4 points. Still not enough. Oh wait, I can do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still I need 5. I still need 5 points. I mean, I can sacrifice this 5% and then this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's gonna give me extra 55% attack speed score. So let's say 50% attack speed score. K9 is now hosting me on Mixer. Thank you for the host, dude. Much respect to you, really appreciate it. Might as well go ahead and give you a follow on Mixer, so I can maybe set up some auto hosting for your channel if you stream the same stuff. Let me just quickly open your channel and see what you do. Just a moment, folks. Okay, let's follow this dude. Thank you indeed. Wait, oh, it's not allowing me to follow because he's streaming me. There we go, now I can. And back into the game, back into the game. But yeah, I can go to the town and try and respec quickly for less crit damage and attack, and maybe more attack speed to see what we can do. A lot of poison. Definitely not as fast as a spin to win setup as I was playing earlier, but it gets boring playing the same thing over and over and over, map after map. It's the equivalent of monogamy in gaming, sticking to one class. It just doesn't feel as fun as messing around with other classes every now and then. there's an elite here. I wanna go ahead and nuke it with a shield charge. Actually, it's two of them. There we go. Oh, we're good for the boss fight, so let's go and do it. And wait, did it die? Oh no, it just disappeared. For a second I thought, how did it die? I don't have damage over time on this setup. Oh, I should have went to the town. Let's go, let's get him to kill me and go to the town to just respect the passives. Not sure I really need that extra attack speed, but I wanna see how much more I can get. So let's do the core. First we're gonna do the core. That was kind of the core of the setup. Then we're gonna do this. Do I want the cooldown? I'm gonna go for the cooldown. And then, if I remember correctly, I had this one and this one. And so the question is, do I want HP? Or do I want wisdom? Or maybe some damage. Oh, wait, I forgot this point. There we go. Very important to not forget this point. Okay, what's my attack speed now? Probably, oh, it's not as much as I expected. I expected to go to 40. It only went up by 6% with that 50% score. Let's get top only again. Just the top, just the top. Hashtag just the top. Hammer it down. Feeling like a damn blacksmith. Like a Viking blacksmith from the old times. Speaking of hammers and blacksmiths, what do you guys think about this little beauty? Let me just show you. About this one. Pretty cool, eh? This is the same hammer we're using, but we're throwing it this time. Getting the warriors a little bit of range. Wait, is that the movement speed shrine that's making me so fast? Yeah, there is a movement speed shrine for sure. In cases like those, I wish I was on the spin to win. And the poison is wrecking us. Our resistance score 75. It couldn't get any lower than this, could it? It could not get any lower than 75. That's why I'm getting wrecked so quickly. Get hit, die. That's the kind of setup this is, I guess. And that's the last thing you wanna be doing on a setup where you're up there, where the enemies are spamming those hammers. Look at that, I switched to Veteran 3 from Veteran 7 and it starts dropping a lot more. Oh, RNG. It's funny how you can be. Edgy. Edgy is one of the more humoristic items in the game. The story behind the edges, it was made by some weird blacksmith, and then the blacksmith ended up killing himself with this axe. What was the name of the blacksmith? I keep forgetting. Big Bill. Blacksmith apprentice. Let's go for the boss fight now. Enough messing around with the creatures, with the vocals. Battle hammer. So, should I keep playing with the anvil or maybe go for another build? There's something I wanna test. I wanna test the rage cost reduction setup instead of the attack speed one. Let's get myself killed because I entered the wrong portal. I wanted to enter the blue one. Oh, after the elite. Okay, let's get them to kill me. And I want to respec again. I want to get the 30% cost reduction. And maybe try bleeding catch for a while. Because I want to try it with this one first and then I want to try it with the other one. So we're getting the major core parts of the build first. Actually, the previous setup, the way I played it, since I was going here already, I could have just done 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I wouldn't have been able to get this one back then. So it was okay the way I did it. Now we have 9 points. 9 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did it go? Oh, I have those 10%. I have those, so I can do this. So now we have 30% of rage cost reduction. And I've got 3 more points. With 3 more points I can do this, I can do this. I don't need the HP here. I can get the ferocity maybe. Or the wife leech. So the ferocity or the wife leech. Handy.com, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow on Mixer and welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay and feel free to ask any questions. Should we go for wife leech or for ferocity? I think wife leech at the moment would be a bit better if I'm going for bleeding edge or for anvil swell opposed to the spin to win. It would be a bit better. We have a little bit more HP now, so I can maybe take a bit more hits. I'm gonna go for something like veteran 3. I don't wanna go too far. Not too deep, just the tip. Let's do this. Wow in combat. Just top again, just the top. From the modifiers. So a bit slower on the attack speed. But we've got a lot of rage cost reduction, and this rage cost reduction we can get it all the way to 100%, even more. If, and that's a big if, we have enough rage cost reduction here, 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 and here. But we don't. You only have 13% here. Maybe we can get it to 90. So if I get 19% here and 19% here, and maybe 2 gauntlets with 19% instead of this one, but that's gonna be a lot of damage loss if I don't pick this gauntlet. But even if it's 3 times 19, what's that? 57? Look at the damage. Why was I doing so little damage? Did I respect my attributes by accident, or is this guy resistant to crit damage or something? I guess he was resistant to crit damage. What's this one? Alright, let's take it. Don't need it, but let's grab that for shield. Okay, now let's switch to bleeding edge. There's this bleeding edge build where you're jumping around all the time, but for that you need certain items. I could try and show it to you in after this map maybe. Or you're just casting those and you're just jumping with this all the time. But you need a lot of stamina regeneration in the items. Seven Sisters Pact. With that setup where you're constantly jumping, you won't be doing as much damage, I think. Because I'm gonna have to sacrifice Udelia's March for the boots that give us that, and I'm gonna have to sacrifice some damage to get some passives that give us that. Nice. He moved. Alright, let's go back. Let me quickly check if I've got all the gear needed and the gems needed. If I don't have the gems needed, I'm gonna collect them. I'm gonna need those boots, I think. No. Not those boots. This is one stamina point, but I think there was something else that gives me those boots. Stamina regeneration rate. So that other build would need this for 10%. 12%. So this can probably go to 15. So this is one of the things you need. Another thing you need is I think this gem. I'm not sure what color this is. It's not green, it's not blue, it's not cyan or sea. It's some sort of mixture between green and blue though. Stamina regeneration rate, and you need that into support. Into fucking support rings. Wow. So yeah, I'm gonna need 3 of those. Let's say one of those for now. I'm gonna probably experiment with different drinks. For now I'm gonna keep that one here. And I'm gonna have to farm berries. I'm gonna have to farm some berries. Because I don't have many. Oh, actually I've got more. I've got more here. Let's check them out. %, 15%, so they're not min-maxed, but they are something. It's better than nothing. So I'm gonna have to find accessories with sockets. This one gives me regeneration rate, so it's fine. I'm not gonna find something better than this for that slot. Hello, Sortailed Bob. Welcome to my stream, Sortailed Bob. Welcome to the Struck Web. Thank you for the follow. Just quickly gonna check this. 3847. Yeah, I'm gonna sell this one. Actually, I'm gonna sacrifice it to the wood gods. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna replace this with this maybe. What was the other one I was using? The other one with 10%. This one was 10%. This one was 9. Pretty sure I had another good drink I was using earlier. Okay, it's gonna be this one with the 9 probably. Oh no, it was this one, but it doesn't have a socket. So in between the ones with sockets, I'm gonna have to pick one. This and this. And this. So one of those rings would go well with the other. 1640. 1740. 1782. Okay, we found the winner. Let's put this regeneration here and this regeneration here. Let's take the boots. 12% regeneration from the boots. And then there's passives for regeneration, which was this one, and somewhere out there there was another one. I just need to find out where. I'm pretty sure I saw that regeneration somewhere else. Must have been somewhere here. Stamina regeneration rate reduction. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 5, 6 points that I can probably invest there. Okay, let's get the core. We're getting the core skills again. So that's the core skills. Anything more is just a bonus. So let's get this cooldown reduction here. And I still think that getting HP and rage cost reduction would be fine. But we're not gonna be able to get those 14%. If I get those 14%, I'm not gonna be able to get those here. I'd rather get the HP and cost reduction, because we're gonna be up there where the enemies are. Let's get this, let's get this. Or maybe no, on this build I probably won't need that much movement speed and attack speed. 3 points, with those 3 points what else would be nice? I could get to that one extra stamina point. It's not gonna hurt me. Tough choices. Okay, let's get Wife Leech. How is my stamina regeneration? 1.8 seconds with 5 stamina. So we can't get it to be that much better. 34% here, 18% here, 15% here, another 12% here, and in the passives we are getting another 20% here, and oh, I forgot about this 15%. So if I were to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. But wait, if I'm going this way already, that means 1, 2, 3, 4 might be better than 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not though. Do I want to go for more HP or do I want to go for more damage? I can still get that Wife Leech, or I can get that extra stamina point. Alright, let's check it now. I think I like it. I think I like it. Now I never got to testing this one because it's too jumpy for me. But who knows, maybe I'm gonna enjoy it more than I think. Let's test. I'm gonna go for something easy. Again, just the top. The leapy setup. It's not so bad. And with some min-maxing, I mean after the game launches, this is gonna be much more viable. Because you're gonna have much more points and probably more sources of stamina regeneration. And you're also gonna have one more skill on the skill bar, because you're gonna have 5 skills plus the mouse buttons, so 7 skills total, opposed to 6 now. And there's one more thing I'm missing, and I'm gonna quickly do it. Oh no, I can't do it. I need a shield. I need a one hand plus shield. So basically what you can do is Bulwark of Down, and this Bulwark of Down gives you stamina regeneration. And with this, the setup would be complete. But since I'm using a two-hander at the moment, ideally you could get a two-hander that gives you extra Bulwark of Down. So instead of 13 elemental status ailment chance score, I could do Wrath of Sarissa and try to min-max and get a good two-hander that gives me Bulwark of Down. And then the setup would be kind of okay, without losing damage. So in theory it's possible, in practice it's gonna take a lot of farming to get that infinite stamina. But we don't know what the third ring would bring. The third ring of the passives, we don't know what it would give me in regards to options for the stamina regeneration. The limit would be 8 stamina points, by the way. Currently it's 7, but when the game launches we're gonna have 8. So there's that to keep in mind as well. And someone yesterday asked me about the Leapy build and said I would really love to see you do it when the game launches. So I will be making lots of build videos and uploading them to YouTube, one after the other, depending on which one I get gear for first. So I do have certain list I wanna follow in regards to which builds I do first, but most likely I would be just doing the builds I get items for first, opposed to the ones I want to. You can see I'm not even using the spamminess of the jumps. I could make it more spammy. It's like Bragyax Biter in Warhammer Chaos Bane with Strike of the Anvil build. Look at this rubber band. Have you seen anything like it? This was an amazingly bad rubber band. The thing is, I actually wanted this rubber band to happen because I wanted to return and open this unlooted shiny body. But you can see my damage is pretty low, but for this difficulty it's fine. Oh, and let's see something. Can I squeeze more damage out of Bleeding Edge? It's not gonna spin for much longer with this though. So I guess that's the way to do it. Probably that's how it's done. I've honestly not seen how others do it, but I've seen videos of others playing this. Skewer, dude from Greece, makes build videos, and he had posted it. He calls it the rabbit build. He had posted it on the Wolcen forums, and I watched his video, but I watched it on my Firefox, which I keep on 144p to not use bandwidth, and I keep it muted. So I've only just skipped through the video to see him using it without checking the skills he used or without hearing the explanations. But I'm assuming he went for something similar to what I did in the setup. Probably different, but the basic is he took probably those boots and probably the same amulet and 2 rings with sockets with burials inside. This is just what makes sense to use. Most likely his passives are superiorly different, how should I say it, majorly different passives. He maybe didn't take this one, maybe he took this way, maybe he didn't go that way and he just did something like this to get those. Maybe he wasn't using rage. But the basic is you want this note and you want this note and you want all the stamina regeneration you can get to be able to spam this. Huh? Oh, this one is a legendary enemy, that's why he didn't die that easily. Okay, we can keep him here, like this. Oh, steel ring, oh, please be a good one, with a socket and some extra crit. Cool damage, okay, that's not bad, to cool damage on a steel ring for a mage build. Damage to attacks, damage to spells critical chance. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm gonna be using on a mage. But the crit damage is only 10%. It could have gone up to 20 or 19. Another way of using this this bleeding edge is just like that, passing through the enemies and swashing them with warpath. The warpath leader, or the warpath spinner. Malice Wookie belt, okay. Please be 50%. I need one with max magic find. 44. 24 to attributes is very good though. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing is Bulwark of Down. And that's another 20% of regeneration. And a better regeneration on my Barius, I can squeeze a few percent more. I'm assuming on the Burial, since I have 15 here and 18 here, this either goes to 19 or to 20. I doubt it might go higher than that. If it does go to 25, then it's gonna be great. What I would like to see on weapons, or not weapons, but on any item, I would like to see the different brackets between which the stats can roll. Like showing you the maximum you can get and the minimum you can get if you like hold a certain button to see more details. Look at that, I was charging through them and they were getting swiped by the axes as I was charging. That's a pretty nice unexpected synergy. Definitely was not even thinking that this is gonna be a thing. Oh wow, he teleported behind me, really? Sneaky, sneaky. Cheeky and sneaky demons. Ah! Okay, don't spawn kill me, don't spawn kill me. There we go. I keep forgetting to pick up barriers when they drop. Let's do one more and then I'm gonna go back to spin to win. Or maybe I can do a regular bleeding catch setup instead of the jumpy one. Okay, move. In which stats did I invest points? In the stats that I invested points would be just a second. Ferocity, only ferocity. I always do my builds only in one stat. For now, I mean when the game launches, we wouldn't need that much crit chance. Currently my attack crit chance, as you can see, is 44 with this setup. 44 is pretty nice. If you can spare 1 point from some place and put it into this ferocity, you can get even more. Like if you can remove this stamina point and put it into 25 extra ferocity, it's not gonna be bad if you want more crit chance. And it's gonna give you more crit chance than spending it into this crit chance score. When the game launches, we would have 89 points. Currently this is 38 points. 38 points compared to 89 would be a huge difference. Massive difference. And you're gonna be able to have more flexible and hybridish builds. You're gonna be able to maybe spend some points into toughness for resistance, because you're definitely gonna need some resistance. I don't see a character surviving easily without points into toughness when it comes to level 90 enemies. And you're not gonna be fighting level 90 enemies, you're gonna be fighting level 145 enemies on a level 90 character when doing Champion 9. Of course, Champion 9 would only be for min-maxers. I'm not sure I would even be able to be doing Champion 9 with all my builds. I don't strive to be meta min-maxer. Meta and min-maxing sucks the fun out of gaming for me. I mean, of course, every now and then I would be doing meta builds because I would like them, but I wouldn't like every single meta build. I'll still try to bring you meta builds together with fun builds, together with speed farming builds that are faster than a meta build, but only used in medium range maps. This one is just a setup that I always wanted to test eventually. I'm not a big fan of all the jumping, and that's why I'm not playing it with all the jumping that I can do. But in games like this, there's no avoiding the meta being a thing. There's no avoiding it because balancing the game in such a way would be almost impossible with a game with this much depth as Wolcen would get on launch. And we're talking about 3 times as many options when it comes to gems. Then we're talking about crafting options compared to non-crafting options. At the moment the beta doesn't have any crafting other than the gems. And the gems only give us 3 stats that we can pick. But on launch we're gonna have things like this. Just a second. Ah shit. Didn't see them attacking me. I was trying to open an image from my computer. Wish I had a second monitor like this. So we're gonna be seeing things like this, and that's 9 times the things you can get compared to 3 times the things you can get. And this is actually very nice because it gives you transfer time reduction between willpower and rage. You really want that on some builds. But it also gives you wife leech, which is 6% global wife leech for one item, for one defensive item. Currently you can get up to 1%. So the differences are huge. Because do you know how many... Yeah, I've played a lot of Path of Exile. And yeah, I'm still grinding Spawnless, welcome back. I've played Path of Exile and it's one of my favorite games, but it's also one of the most hated games for me. Because it has the most amounts of things I dislike in an ARPG, and it also has the most amount of things I like in an ARPG. So at the same time, it's good, and at the same time it's bad for me. Because it has some very annoying things. And the bad things outweigh the good things for me, for my personal preference. That's why I'm not playing it. That's why playing this unfinished beta, or the Torchlight 3 alpha, or even Warhammer Chaos Bane that barely has any variety of the endgame, gives me more fun than playing Path of Exile. I don't know, it's just personal preference. But this gem that I was showing you, 6% wife leech, you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those gems. 6 times 6%. What's that? 36? If I'm not mistaken. That's a lot of wife leech. 36% global wife leech. And this is for one build I wanna be doing on the rogue. I wanna be doing a build with shit tons of HP, with the armor that converts force shield into HP. So the armor that converts force shield into HP, I'm gonna be investing into this force shield, I'm gonna be investing into this force shield, and I'm gonna be doing it with this skill. This is one of the builds I have in mind with, where did it go? Slayer's Fury. So Slayer's Fury with shadow damage, with the shadow legs. Well, I might not use the shadow legs even. I might not even use the shadow legs at first. I might try it without the shadow legs, but I would be using the shadow offhand probably, and the dagger. And it's gonna be interesting. I wanna be stacking a lot of HP, a lot of wife leech, and a lot of attack speed. As much attack speed as I can get. And this would be the setup I have in mind for Slayer's Fury. And knowing that I can get 6% global wife leech just from items, and I can have 7 sockets altogether. Actually it's not 7, it's 6 sockets. 3 here, 1 here and 2 here. There are very rare cases where you can get a helmet with 2 sockets, but that's quest rewards. So I'm not gonna count on quest rewards being meta. But keep that in mind, there are helmets with 2 sockets you can get from quests. If you really don't care about the other stats in the helmet and want that extra socket, you can try and do it. Oh, actually, you know what? You can craft and reroll the stats on that quest item. So actually it might end up being meta, because getting double socketed helmet with bad stats, you would be able to change the bad stats into good stats, and then it's gonna be very strong. And keep that in mind. And you can really make custom builds. Yes, D-line B. I hope I'm pronouncing this, or Delinep. You can make custom builds. Like everything in the game can be customized. You can rotate this here and customize it to your preference and link things differently. You can rotate this thing here, and you're gonna have 12 more classes over here that you can also rotate. As I was showing the folks earlier, this is how it looks like when it's finished. This is how it would look like. This is very blurry because it's low res, but you can kind of see what we're gonna be doing on the sides. We're gonna be getting four big nodes in this tree, maybe even 5. You can see one here, and 2 more on this side. And maybe that's one big at the end, which we cannot see. You can make custom builds, you can make custom items, you can use... If you're a Path of Exile player, I'm gonna quickly show you something that you would really enjoy. This thing removes magic effect when used on an item, consuming the sockets. And based on consuming them, does something different. Then this one rerolls all magic effects when used on an item, like a Chaos Orb. It consumes the sockets, and depending on the sockets and etc., depending on the gems, it does something differently. I'm not gonna go into detail because it's gonna take me a while. I'm just gonna quickly show you all of those, and then I can play and speak about them. So greater ones allow you to use them on legendary, the other ones cannot be used on legendary, and you can never use them on uniques. So basically what you can do with those sockets, I'm gonna explain it quickly. You're putting gems into the sockets, and based on what the gems an item is socketed with, those orbs, those regions, let's call them, are gonna do different things. And what's important is the gem type and the gem level. The gem level is important in cases where you're getting a stat back. When you're not getting a stat back, the gem level doesn't matter, only the gem type. And the socket type as well. Not just the gem type, but the socket type as well. So for example, this socket, this gem can be socketed into this item, and then it's gonna give you this as a result. No, not this. It's gonna give you this as a result. So what the developers did is they used this item into this armor, and then the result was this armor. So they got 6 health regeneration. The 6 health regeneration came from them having 2 times 6 health regeneration, which probably means 66% chance to get this against 33% chance to get this. But you're gonna be able to reroll the sockets and kind of control it. Control what the results are. Alright, I kind of died a lot during this run. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to my other build. This one is something that I just wanted to test and show. Let's remove this and let's bring this back. Let's replace this here. And I need my old boots. Wait, I need my old boots. And with this NPC you would be able to reroll the number of sockets. And the release date is again big small, the release date is the 13th. So there's some time left, 8 days until the release. Okay, let's put some stuff here. And I quickly need to do something to store those. There we go. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go back to spinning. Let's go back to Blade Storm. So you can see you can always respec fully. Unlike Path of Exile, where you need to farm for refund points, Orbs of Regret. Here you just respec fully, and you can do a lot of things that way. And just the options here, the way certain things work here are much more fun than they work in Path of Exile. You still have like Path of Exile open trading with trade dialogues for people who are trade addicts. So you can still do trading here if you want to. That is an option. And here and here. And should I get extra ferocity or wife leech? Could get that extra ferocity. I wouldn't mind giving items for free, but look at it that way. Currently this is offline mode because the game is under maintenance. The servers are under maintenance. And Evo underscore, thank you for the follow. Welcome to my Twitch. Nice to have you here. But yeah, I don't mind giving free gear to my viewers. I'm a hoarder, so I'm hoarding a lot of items I don't need when I play. And I like teaming up with my viewers, I like giving them items, because what's the point of me keeping items I don't need if I don't give them away? Thank you, Black Bart. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while, Black Bart. I used to have some auto-hosting setup on your channel, but then you moved to Mixer, and I was auto-hosting you on Mixer, and then you returned to Twitch. so I might set it up again. I saw you've been streaming and playing a lot of World of Warcraft. Not a big fan of the game. In fact, I'm the opposite. It's my most hated game of all times, probably. But you can hate me for this, but yeah. World of Warcraft is one of the reasons the MMO market is in such a bad state. Because Asian companies trying to emulate it and bringing pay to win. Yeah. But that's another discussion for another time. But Black Bart, he's a streamer. You can give him a follow. He streams Wolcen every now and then, and probably is gonna be more active. Nice to see him returning to the game. Yeah, Mixer is good if you can grow your community at the same time here and there. I'm using Restream and I'm streaming to Mixer, YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Because some people, I don't know, some people prefer Mixer, some people prefer YouTube. And since they can see each other's messages on the screen, they can still kind of have a conversation even though they're on different platforms. Kind of restreaming, bringing communities together. But as a main streaming platform, Mixer is probably only good for big streamers. Because with Mixer you can earn stuff, you can earn money just by people watching you and earning sparks. And using sparks without actually paying money to give them to you. So for big streamers, Mixer it makes sense. It makes sense as a move for people like Ninja. I think Shroud maybe also moved there. I think WoW Classic is probably good, but I mean when I played WoW, I first played with private servers because I hate having to spend that much time to grind. I did try official on a friend's computer, but I only played it a little bit and it's just not my type of game. I preferred games like Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Terra, Ion, Lineage 2. Lineage 2 was my jam. Private Lineage 2 servers with high rate were good. But private MMO servers is what actually introduced pay to win. Before pay to win was something that was officially available in MMOs, it was available in private servers as donations and getting overpowered gear as donations. And if this wasn't the thing, if the games were not that bad in the grind to force people into making private servers, pay to win would not have probably came that fast into the games, gaming as a service. Because gaming companies realized if people would spend money in private servers for gear, why not sell them pay to win stuff officially? That's kind of how things ended up happening in the end. Gaming as a service, such a bad concept. And you can see that's why there's such a big number of people stopping to play MMOs and moving on to things like ARPGs, like this game, like Diablo, like Path of Exile, like Grim Dawn, and just to name a few. I can name even many more if you want me to, but I don't think I need to. This market is booming, this market is growing, and the MMO market is in a decline. Because of all the zombie daily login procedures. Login every day, login every week. Keep playing our game. If you don't play our game, you're not gonna get this reward, you're not gonna get that reward. If you miss a login, fuck you. You shouldn't miss a login. Yeah, that's not a good mechanic to build your game around. To force your people to log in every day, every week, and to get them to do a limited number of dungeons every day. You can only do this dungeon 1 time a day, 2 times a day, 3 times a day. Then fuck you, wait for the next day if you wanna do it more times. And that's one of the many bad things about MMOs. I used to love MMOs, but now I just can't. Not with systems like those in place. Time gates, I guess is the best term to describe those systems. Time gates and daily login rewards. And it's not even just the pay to win. I mean, there's many MMOs that don't have pay to win, but they fail in different regards, such as this time gate. And time gating is one of the biggest imbalances of games. It makes it in such a way that if a player spends more time, he's always gonna have the upper hand compared to new players. It's very hard for a new player to catch up to old players if there's time gates. And this makes it in such a way that in the end new players quit playing the games and only the old players continue playing. And the server gradually bleeds from players. The player base kind of keeps bleeding until the game in the end dies because the community is not growing and it's just shrinking. I'm not sure who even runs those games. Don't they see the obvious thing happening in front of them, why their games are dying out? Are they blinded by greed? Maybe that's the case. Maybe some developers are just blinded by greed and yeah, they don't see how bad some of the choices they're making are. Thankfully, Wolcen doesn't have this bullshit mechanic that MMOs have. Wolcen so far has been so good. I mean, I didn't like the beta. The first version of the beta, I really didn't like it. I liked the alpha more. But then they added content update 1, which was good, but it was very imbalanced. Then they added content update 2 with a bit more balancing and new skills. the game could still use some balancing, but I'd leave the balancing for after the game releases. As long as we are a strong community and give them feedback regarding what feels too weak compared to other things and ask for buffs of the things that are weak, they probably would be strong. If it's similar to Path of Exile, I mean, microtransactions in Path of Exile are something that I accept. I don't feel forced to buy shiny sparkly skills or shiny sparkly gear, as long as it's just visual. Visual microtransactions are fine, it's a nice way of people showing their support. Even Grimdown has microtransaction for some custom skins. Even Grimdown. It doesn't have too many, it just has 1 or 2 packages if I remember correctly. So I don't see anything wrong about this. I know many people don't like it because they kind of feel the need to buy them. But I think that's a problem on their end, not on the game's end. The game doesn't force you to buy the shiny costumes. If you feel the need to buy and to own the costume, then I don't think what to tell. I don't know even what to tell to people like that. I mean, it's probably something to do with the ego and needing to have it all and to not miss out on what the others are having. Which, by the way, there was speculation long ago that EA has a weird predatory script in place. EA having a predatory script to group up players with fancy donation gear, fancy microtransactions, with people who don't have, with newbies, so that the newbies would see the microtransactions that the players who have them are wearing and feel the need to get them. So there were some articles, some speculations about this script EA was using in their games. Grouping up people without microtransactions with people that have tons of them. but even though this is a script like that, it doesn't force the people to buy the microtransactions. It just shows them to them. Ah, Activision, okay, Activision. Thanks for the thing, and they even patented it, okay? Okay. Yeah, Activision, it feels like a lot of things there are blurred in between those companies nowadays. Activision didn't used to be like EA, but now they kind of are. But Path of Exile microtransactions are so eye cancer. Pardon me if you like them, but I really don't like the majority of the Path of Exile microtransactions. They add additional unnecessary whack and eyesore on the screen. I'd much rather have simple, better looking skills compared to super shiny skins, not skins but skills and skins, that take the whole screen with their animations and make a clusterfuck of special effects. In those games, the less effects, the better it is for the performance. Because you're killing so many monsters per second that every little bit of extra performance you can get is a blessing. I'm gonna check something out. 2 Rings of the Arbiter. 2 Rings of the Arbiter normally is not too bad for spin to win because you don't need attack speed on it. So 5-4-6-5. 5-4-4-5. So actually this is giving me more damage. Path of Exile is insane with the eye cancer microtransactions. I mean, I appreciate microtransactions and I have donated for microtransactions in Path of Exile. But just for the regular basic pack, the starter pack, the one that gives you some red and blackish glow, blood something, the first blood. And this is something that doesn't look too bad. But sometimes when you go into someone's fort, it's filled with weird things. Then when you play with 2 or 3 microtransaction players with some skills that take the whole screen, it adds unnecessary whack to everyone. And not everyone has good machines. My machine is with a 4-year-old video card. and I don't have an SSD, but I've ordered one, so hopefully soon it's gonna get delivered. So I can play the game on an SSD. Currently just my Windows is on an SSD and that's it. And for Wolcen, by the way guys, Wolcen is better on an SSD, but much better. Like, you're probably gonna get much faster loading times because they optimized it. Few months ago they released a patch, or actually not few months ago, but a month ago or so, they released a patch that improves the loading times if the game is installed on an SSD substantially. I have not tried it myself, but others have said that it's better. So if you have some SSD that has room, it's definitely worth installing the game on it if you're spending on playing some time on it. It's CryEngine, so it's a bit heavy in certain regards that it has to pre-load a lot of stuff at once. The initial first loading is slow, the next loading times would be faster. So this is not an engine made for ARPGs, but they accomplished the task to make an ARPG on this heavy engine, which is meant for shooters. And yeah, it was probably a difficult task to accomplish. And I can't wait to see the transformations, the apocalyptic forms. The apocalyptic forms are very nice. Where I am from, I'm from Bulgaria, it's in southeastern Europe. My neighboring countries are Greece, Macedonia, Turkey, Romania and Serbia. Those are the countries that are my neighbors. If you kind of wanted to get an idea where it is. And yeah, it's not a secret, it's not a secret. I mean, I can tell you where I'm from. I'm not gonna tell you my neighborhood and my address and my names and social security number, but at least I can tell you where I'm from. Thankfully, we don't have swatting. We don't have swatting in here. As people trolling, calling the authorities, telling these guys doing that, to get throat and get the police to raid you, unlike the US. And I'm not sure how some streamers' identities get out. Probably some of their friends or some of the people they knew in school, high school, university, kind of make their identity public. Because I don't understand how people are able to SWAT others in the US without the streamer providing their personal address somehow. And it's something serious that people shouldn't be doing, but I don't know why they keep doing something like this. It's one of the worst ways you can troll a streamer. By doing that. Thankfully, I don't live in a country where this is possible. You like my accent? Nice. My accent used to be better, but then I went to study in the UK and I tried to change from an American to a British accent, and then it turned out completely terrible. It's neither American nor Eastern European nor British. It's kind of a mixture in between all three of them. But I kind of started, when I was studying university in the UK, I started soaking up some of their pronunciation, and then it mixed up with my natural one, and it mixed up with, I was kind of having more of a Americanish pronunciation when I was taught in high school. Because in my country most people are not taught British pronunciation. I mean, probably our teachers teach us this, but we watch American movies, we watch American series, and we watch American made games with mostly American voice acting, and we kind of soak it. But then yeah, I went to study in the UK and it turned into kind of like a nightmare to try and fix my pronunciation. It was weird because sometimes I would need to do accents from different regions. Like in one part, for one exam, I had to do a hard Scouse Manchester accent. Not Scouse Liverpool, but what was it called? I forgot what they call the Manchester accents. But yeah, for one part I needed to do a Manchester accent because the character was from Manchester. And I'm sure I didn't do it well, but at least they gave me points for trying. Then there's another part I needed to do a American accent for because it was from a film that we were doing for an exam, a film that was American film. But it's easy to do it for a scene that's a few minutes long, but if I just try to talk naturally with a certain accent, it's a bit more difficult. Like when I'm doing a play or an exam and I've spent months rehearsing it, I can probably do it. But accents are fun. For me, in my country, I can probably imitate a lot of different accents of my country. I can like talk like someone from the seaside, maybe like someone from the southeastern side where they talk very soft, or someone from the northern part of the country where they talk a bit rougher. In my country, there's jokes about people from different places and how they talk. And some stand-up comedians and comedians actually do characters like that, and I'm actually able to imitate some of those characters I've met myself. And it's fun. It's pretty fun. I really love accents. It's one of my favorite things, knowing more and more of those and being able to switch between them and demonstrate how rich a language is. And English language is very rich in terms of that. Just in the US, switching between north, south, east, west, you can see and hear so many different people that have such different ways of sounding that gives them that uniqueness for that region. And the same goes for the UK, like comparing someone from Bristol to someone from like let's say which country, like Manchester, like maybe Liverpool, or someone from Wales compared to someone from England, or someone from Scotland or Ireland compared to someone from England. And you gotta give it to Aussies and people from New Zealand. I love their accents there. Always like watching Path of Exile official dev streams and things. Just because of their accents there. But yeah, that was a fun off-topic when we started talking about accents. I guess you touched a subject there that I really like talking about. Well, by the way, going to school, I wasn't going to school to watch movies. We were watching movies only on media classes when we were studying filmmaking. We were watching in one of our lectures. Every week we would watch a movie, and then we would have seminar discussions to discuss what editing techniques, what the director was doing, and all those movie geek stuff that people don't normally talk about. And of course, in the end, we would have to make documentary movies, or we would have to make short movies and things like that. But that was not my major. My major was acting. My not major, I don't know what you call it, minor, was filmmaking when I was in university. So my major was the drama stuff, like stage and all that. But I enjoyed my filmmaking classes so much, and I hated it because in our final year, in our senior year in university, they didn't allow us to do filmmaking. Because filmmaking would give us 60 credits, and the acting major would also give us 60 credits, and then it would be like doing 2 major classes, and only media students were allowed to do it. And I had to pick some bullshit philosophy-based stuff is one of my subjects. Which is kind of boring, but talking about Immanuel Kant and the Sublime and all of that, it was kind of weird, but in the end, turned out well. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense for me to be that type of a person, doesn't it? Art-loving person. I mean, I'm also a tech geek. Like, I have many hobbies, but art's one of my hobbies. Technology is some of my other hobbies is technology and all that geeky stuff. Gadgets, games, fantasy stuff. I really love fantasy, man. I'm not sure what I like more, sci-fi or fantasy, but I probably love fantasy more than sci-fi. It just feels more epic to me, the sci-fi story, the fantasy stories opposed to the sci-fi stories. And I probably talk a bit too loud sometimes because my headphones making it hard for me to hear my own voice. So if sometimes I do raise my voice a lot, feel free to let me know. I've noticed it myself, so sometimes I remove one of the headphones. Like at the moment my right ear is not covered by the headphone, only the right one, so I can hear myself talking and try and not raise my voice too much. Because they're noise cancelling. They're not officially noise cancelling, but they do cancel a lot of noise. And I can't hear my own voice. But yeah, I can't wait for the game to release and to start teaming up with people, farming together, sharing, trading gear. And making builds. Making builds, that's gonna be so fun in this game. I love making builds, as you know. As you've watched me, you probably have noticed. Theory crafting and making builds is my jam. Experimenting with the weird stuff that people don't use. 150 something HP. This was a nice way of surviving on low HP. What's this? Gore Maker. Okay. Well, let's sacrifice some stuff to the wood gods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, wood gods, be good to me. Let's drop in an O'Malley's belt as well. We're dropping it for Woodcipher and RNGesus. It's sacrifices, it's offerings to the wood gods. To give me more new stuff, good stuff. I want Smile of the Searing Sun. Smile of the Searing Sun, and I want the Rage Mage legs. Really want the Rage Mage legs. But if I were to pick between the two, I would prefer Smile of the Searing Sun because I've never gotten it. Even in the online mode, I could never get that damn chest piece. I do have enough money. I mean, 821,000, I don't even need that money at the moment. What am I gonna do with it? There's no gold sink in this game currently. I mean, there are different types of gold sinks, like maps and stuff, but it's not that big of a gold sink yet. If they add a gambling NPC, it's gonna be nice to sink my gold into. Torchlight 3, which is currently in NDA, I cannot show you the game, but I can talk about it, has a very great gambling NPC gold sync. And since Torchlight 3 has a limit of 20,000 gold, and the items cost between 225 to 450 gold per item, it's not overpowered to have a gambling NPC gold sync. Maps are also a gold sync there too. Will they reset our saves when the game officially releases? Yes, they will. Because it's not gonna be compatible. You're playing a game with only 20 levels. You're playing a game where the gems only give you 3 different stats. So there's gonna be a lot of incompatibilities between the things you have in your save and the things that the game would have. So it's easier to just wipe everything out and make those saves non-usable rather than having to convert certain things. Otherwise they would have to convert a lot of items. Every item that changed majorly would have to be converted to its new version. And it's fairer, it's most fair that way, wiping everything before the launch and everything having a clean slate, having that tabula rasa start. So look at that, just an example. Just an example here. See, this is 3 stats. And if I go to crafting here, this is 6 stats. Just look at the difference, how one is and how the other is. Definitely one thing that would grant this by itself probably would mean a lot of reasons to wipe. How gems are becoming, and you're gonna be able to stack gems because gems would always have the exact same fixed stats. So every different tier gem would have a different type of stat attached to it. And I'm assuming now we have tier 4. When the game launches, we're probably gonna go all the way to tier 6, 7, 8. Won't be surprised if it goes even all the way to tier 9 for the gems. A new tier every 10 levels would make sense. It's also possible that it's gonna be higher than that. Gear would have more tiers. Gear would have like 11 tiers, I think. But when it comes to gems, I think it's gonna be different. So any other questions, feel free to ask them. I may not notice the message right away if because my chat is on the side of my screen and I'm using one monitor only. But I try to answer everything. Sometimes I might go back and scroll the messages if I've missed some. I used to use text-to-speech so I can hear every message you're writing, but I think it's better to not use text-to-speech and just get used to averting my eyes from the screen. Let me scroll down. Okay, nothing missed so far, I think. But yeah, the Bladestorm spin to win is just so good for speed farming. And you don't need a turret to do it. I mean, I can show you a turret spin to win, but I'd rather play builds that don't use the turret. What's happening? I think a YouTube subscription happened because I didn't get a notification on my Mixer and Twitch, so it must be YouTube and my browser is just slow and it's not showing me. But thank you for that. Really appreciate it and welcome to the Struck Club. as I was saying, Bladestorm Spin Twin is perfect for speed farming the lower and medium difficulties. Yesterday I even did Champion 1 runs with this setup, and this is the speed farming setup with maxing movement speed. So we're getting movement speed from many places. Like one movement speed here, then there's movement speed from here, here and here. I mean, I can also get this 5 movement speed instead of this ferocity, and I can try it. I can go to the town and get rid of it, and I'm stacking this movement speed with this movement speed, and ideally I would have rogue armor here for extra movement speed, extra 5%. So that's gonna be 15% from here, another 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 from here, so another 25% movement speed. What's that? 40. And then on the boots I can get another 15, so that's 55. And then on this one I've got 15, so that's what 70% movement speed. If I get another pair of leg armor, that's a rogue one. What I want is a modifier of this skill that allows me to get damage based on my movement speed. The same way Whirlwind in Diablo 3 has that kind of setup. The faster the movement speed, the more the damage, and this would push Bladestorm further into the tiers of setups, further into the how viable a build is in the higher difficulties. Because for trash clearing it's great. But when it comes to the survivability, at the moment it kind of suffers when you try to push the harder stuff. Unless you have maybe Smile of the Searing Sun to transfer some of the Force Shield into HP. But on bosses you're still gonna get one shot. And I really hope that there is some sort of a modifier on launch like that, giving Bladestorm extra damage based on how fast the user is moving. Oh shit. Demons. Can't pick up them. There we go. Have to kill those before the bosses. Okay. Alright, this one's done. Let's try what I said. Let's try removing the ferocity and adding more movement speed. Alright. Movement speed. Where's my movement speed? 8.8 meters a second. So that 5% added 0.4 meters per second. Pretty nice. It would be nice if we get Sovereign Shout version that adds movement speed. Like a modifier for Sovereign Shout that gives me movement speed, together with Bladestorm that gets damage based on the movement speed, would be the dream setup for this stuff. To make it better, a modifier on Tracker's Reach that gives me extra damage based on how many enemies not extra damage, but extra movement speed based on how many enemies I hit. Then we're gonna be Speedy Gonzalez with 10 meters per second movement speed or more. But that doesn't exist. One can only hope though, one can only hope for something like this. Yo Jarek Narozinski, thank you, and K9, thank you again for the follow. I keep seeing him hosting, following. Stamina, movement speed. So yeah, K9, thank you for the mixer follow. And this one I'm gonna throw it away. No socket, no damage, no damage. This is pretty nice. Actually, I needed a good bow. I needed a good bow, and I finally have one. And this actually gives me toxic damage, so I can go for a toxic elemental skill or for a fire. Yeah, either for toxic or for a fire skill setup with those skills. This one has the toxic version, and I don't really like this skill, but this one has a fire version. And this one is pretty strong. Yeah, many people would be migrating to Wolcen until Diablo 4 comes out and hopefully it doesn't disappoint. For now we can only hope Diablo 4 does not do a Diablo 3. Because Diablo 3 was good based on promotional material, people were loving it, they were like, oh yeah, finally PvP. But then what happened is they scrapped so many of the ideas they originally had. They added that auction house, which later was removed. And then it went into wife support. I mean, if they didn't stop developing it and rebalancing and all of that, if they didn't stop trying to add new stuff, it would have been nice. But at the moment there's probably just a few people working on Diablo 3 and everyone is working on Diablo 4, which makes sense. Exactly, I mean, there are some things that Diablo 3 did okay, that I like, but there's a lot of things it didn't. And I think what Blizzard are trying to do now is try and do a game for the fans. But the thing is, there's different fans that want different things, so as I was saying yesterday, we had this discussion, who do Blizzard listen to? Do Blizzard listen to old school Diablo 2 players, or do they listen to Diablo 3 players who have never played Diablo 2 before? Do they listen to the people who are currently still playing Diablo 3, or do they listen to the players who quit Diablo 3 because of the things they don't like about it? Because all those people want different things. And it's gonna be hard to please everyone. It's impossible to please everyone, but they have to find a balance to please all those groups in certain way that would keep them playing Diablo 4. I really liked a lot of the things in Diablo 2. There's also a lot of things in Diablo 2 that didn't age well. But the socketing system is a system that aged well. And look at that, Wolcen is adapting the Diablo 2 socketing system and fusing it with Path of Exile crafting system to a certain extent. And that's just an example of how things 20 years ago have been made. And they're still good, they're still a good system. Needs a little bit of polishing and tweaking and bringing up to date, but the Diablo 2 socketing system is a great system. The runes, I'm kind of bummed that the runes are not returning to the same way we had them, but at least they're returning in one way or another in Diablo 4. The rune words and combos. But the set system of Diablo 2 and especially Diablo 3 is not something that great. It's taking away a lot of choices. You complete this set of 6 pieces and great, we just eliminated 5 additional choices from the player's arsenal. Maybe is the better word to use. Whereas with Diablo 4 they're promising that set items would be just a starter, just something to get you going until you find better uniques and legendaries or whatever you want to call them. Which is great, because there's gonna be much more build variety if it's kind of like Wolcen, mixing up legendaries uniques with each other to get different effects, to get different modifiers for skills. Torchlight 3 at the moment is going through a transformation, and one of the things that it did is exactly that. They added unique legendary items that modify certain skills or modify certain mechanics of a class. Like for example, there are skills that you can use to vent heat on one character. So you can build up to 100 heat, and the more heat you build, a certain skill might do more damage or last for longer. So they modified it in certain way that you have a unique item. What just happened? Ouija NYC is out to hosting me again on Mixer. Thank you Ouija again for the follow, really appreciate it. And welcome to all the viewers to the Struck Club. So what Torchlight Frontiers did is this item. You get that item and it gives you, when you spend heat, you get 25 heat back. So you're getting 1/4 of the maximum heat you can spend back. But some skills only need 25 heat to spam them. So you can kind of non-stop spam that skill. And then if you have 2 more pieces of the set, not the full 6-piece set, but just 3 pieces altogether, it's giving you twice the amount of heat you can get back. And you can pick which 3 pieces to use. So it's implementing something they're calling soft sets, because you only need 3 pieces out of 06. And you can mix match 2 different sets between each other. And this is something very great. But for example, take Diablo 3 and Warhammer Chaos Bane, which kind of, if you're gonna be using that skill, you really want to be using that set, and if you're using that set and that skill, that's it. You don't have much more options. You can't mix and match it with many things, unless you do Litany of the, what was it? Litany of the Nightmares, LON build on Diablo 3. You're gonna be going for a set. And Diablo 4 doesn't want this to be happening, and that's a good decision. But as I said, it's very early for us to judge it. We can overhype ourselves all we want, but in the end, until the product is ready and we get our hands on it, we can only guess what's gonna happen. But if they keep up the good work, and if they promise, or if they keep their promise, let's say if they deliver what they're promising, then it's gonna be good. If they don't deliver what they've promised, then time will tell whether it's for the better or not. But so far, Wolcen has been bringing their A game in regards to designing certain systems in the game, making them not feel too restrictive, making them feel good. And that's why I'm looking forward to so many things in Wolcen. See what's happening here. Come on game, I wanna get some more uniques. And look at that. I forgot to increase the wood, so I need to die and reset it. I forgot to roll modifiers. I just noticed 55 magic find. That's so terrible. I'm gonna do some Wrath of Saricel mods. I'm gonna quickly do Wrath of Saricel. So I'm gonna do this and just the top, as I like to say. I'm gonna paint it this time. So I'm gonna do 2 or 3 of those ones, and hopefully I get something good. Oh, nice, more wood quality. This is gonna be faster. Just gonna stop for chests, if I see any. And let's go. Okay, let's see here. Another elite. He spins or my spins. Guess my charge in the end. But I'm so happy that Wolcen decided to add a skill like Blade Storm in the game with content update 2 back in October. So many people love spin to win for farming. So many people. There's probably gonna be a lot of Grim Down players as well, not just Diablo 3 and Path of Exile players checking out Wolcen, but many Grim Down players were looking for something new to keep them busy, and Wolcen is a good contender. I really hope, oh, pardon me, I really hope Wolcen adds something like how Grim Down has roguelike dungeons like the Bastion of Chaos or Port Valbury, or what was it called, the Fleshworks, Steps of Torment and all of that. I would like to see that type of story zones that you can return to and do in a roguelike kind of manner. So we don't have just the rifting and just the bounties. And something like the Crucible, as I've been saying in my stream almost every day, my favorite endgame modes are survival modes, where you don't have to move, you just stay in one place and defend against incoming swarms of enemies. And the Crucible in Grim Dawn was such a great way to farm gear. It had nice challenges, and it was good to push a build to see how far a build can go in the Crucible, and how quickly and how many points you can get and all of that. Still had that aspect of randomness regarding what negative and positive modifiers you would get and what enemy types would spawn, and even which one you would get from all the Crucibles. Something like this in Wolcen would be very nice, especially for group co-op running, where we can synergize our builds for team play. Wait, didn't I start a Rat of Saricel item? A Rat of Saricel mod? Probably, oh, I didn't have enough to taint it. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna have to start picking up some Eneracts for later. Let's see here. Wait, what did I change? I changed something. I'm not sure what I changed. Anyways. when I was trying the other builds, I remember changing the rings and I remember changing the gems, but I returned that. I remember changing the boots, but I also returned that back to how it was. But my damage still feels weaker than it was before. And that's without the trial, but I wasn't using the trial before too. And if I use the trial, it turns into a nightmare for everyone's ears. Let's give you some ear pain. Such a great item, such a annoying sound effect. Yeah, at the moment the only reason I'm using the belt, the trial belt, would be when I'm pushing. If I'm not pushing, if I'm farming, I'd rather not do this to myself or to my viewers. It's a constant wailing of a banshee, like that screaming. What does it say? Is the flavor text something related to banshees? The Code of Sarissa is an evangelical secret order with a strict hierarchical structure. Every stage of initiation involves sacred rites, testing the ability to cleanse all forms of impurity. Initiates have to kill immoral people from their past lives, corrupted animals, and even fellow recruits with perceived darkness in their hearts. Including the full. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm loving all those bits of war that are added to certain items in the game. That's such a nice extra flavor, each unique item having its own flavor text. Hmm. I'm gonna pick up some yellows just to see if anything's an upgrade. Oh, this is a nice one. This is a nice one because attack speed, crit damage, and crit chance. And the crit damage is higher than mine. The crit chance is not, but the crit damage is. And the crit chance is just score, so those 6% crit score are not gonna be equal 7% crit damage. They're gonna be equal less. And that attack speed can be great for other setups, like the bleeding catch or the anvil swow setup I was playing earlier. And what were the damage types? Physical, rend, and aether. And with that much rend and physical, on this item I can go for, instead of occult, I can go for only material. So this one I can change to material, this one I can change to material, and I can squeeze more damage out of it. Because it would stack with this material bonus. And it would stack with this material bonus and this physical damage. If it didn't have the aether there, I could have even combined it with Gods Amongst Men. This one gives me fire and frost. I would have lost 60% of this Fire and Frost with Gods Amongst Men. But that's the only non physical damage I get at the moment. If I use this and just have the Aether. Currently I get Whitening and Shadow, and in the gems I've got Sacred. If that hammer gave instead of Aether Sacred, it would have been perfect, because I would have been able to do weakness just by hitting enemies with Blade Storm. Currently I think I can only curse them, and it's a very low chance. The curse chance is pretty low. I'm not sure it even shows it here. Curse chance 8.4%. Okay, one more elite here. Look at those appearing after I arrived. Trying to ambush me, don't they? I knew this was gonna happen as soon as I saw I'm going in the wrong place. I wanted to go there, not here. Can't wait to test this new skill. This new dashing attack skill. The problem is I wanted a mobility skill for the rogue, and look at what we are getting. It's good, but it's not what I want as mobility. We're getting this thing. Where is it? The evasion skill, evasion. There we go, evasion dot gif. So this is dashing backwards to where you're facing. So if I want to go forward, I'm gonna have to get my cursor to be behind me. And that's not ideal. I really want a good evasion skill like the blink or like warpath, but it kind of, maybe there's a modifier that allows us to go where the pointer is rather than behind where the pointer is, rather than the opposite direction. It's good for evasive skill, for escape mechanic. It's not good for mobility. So as an escape mechanic, it's one of the greatest things you can do sometimes. Just a step backwards roll. Many games give it a different name, but overall it's just still the same mechanic, and it's a good one. I really enjoy builds with this sometimes, especially if I'm playing a ranger archer. I can just do that and then immediately follow up with a shot from a long distance, and it's great. But as a mobility skill, I'd still prefer Aether Jump. And I really want something, a pure ranger that is using a bow would be able to do without having to get Wrath of Saricel Aether Jump bow. Because yeah, getting an Aether Jump bow is amazing. It's probably one of the nice synergies between a full ranger class and Wrath of Saricel modifiers. See. And there aren't many skills left to reveal. I think after this week and by the end of next week, when not even by the end, probably by Wednesday, they would have revealed all the skills that they have kept under wraps. I'm so happy that they revealed the Necro skills before it was too late. Before it was kind of the last week, so they revealed them previous week and this week. And we have 2 ranged summons, 2 melee summons zombies, and 1 melee tank summon that can taunt the bone golem. That looks like a proper abomination kind of summon. So it's gonna be interesting to see what stats there's gonna be for pet HP, for pet damage and things like that. I'm assuming there's gonna be pet related stats that we don't have right now in the game. So that's gonna be more affix pool, a bigger affix pool when getting drops. And I'm hoping those don't only drop on staffs and catalysts, but can actually drop on rings and amulets, belts, maybe even on armors and other weapon types. And the more things, the merrier. It's gonna be nice to have a necro tank, similar to how we have in Grim Dawn, Dead Knights and things like this. So where is the boss? Oh, this way. Even spin to win necro would be possible if you wanted to. How worth it would be remains to be seen. But if someone wants to do it, a taunting pet for the bosses and 2 ranged pets for the bosses and the rest being a spin to win setup would be doable. I mean, if you wanna do it, do it. I'm actually gonna even experiment and do it sometime. Get spin to win with turret and a necro pet with a 2-hander. It's gonna be impossible because first you're gonna have to get two modifiers that are normally not available on 2-handers. So probably you're gonna have to go dual wielding. Even with crafting, it's gonna be difficult to do it. Because for 2-hander it would require you to get a 2-hander with either the necro pet or the turret. And then on top of that, you're gonna have to remove some modifiers and add the other one that you want via crafting. The easier choice would be to just do it with a dagger and a catalyst. The dagger would give you access to Blade Storm. It would also give you access to the turret, and the catalyst would give you access to the necro pets. Oh, 2 red chests. Blimey. I want me some of that wood. Nothing too good. What about this one? Oh, attributes, let's get it. And now the other chest. Right. No. Whoa. How did I survive this? Let's heal up. This is gonna be shit. This is pretty solid. Crit damage, crit chance, 2 times what and the socket. Damn, this is an amazing belt. I wanna see something. And that's without a gem inside it. And think about the trio belt is. In one team, you probably wouldn't need, if you're playing co-op, you probably wouldn't need everyone to be wearing it. Maybe there's gonna be a limit of how many stacks of the weakness you can apply on an enemy. And having 1 or 2 people with a trial belt probably would be enough. The other 2 would probably be better off with legendary good belts. Or Umali, if they wanna be farming. Still not ready for the boss fight. I think it's gonna be this way. What dropped? Apex? Yeah. Okay, let's not even pick it up. Let's just leave it there. Nobody wants you, Apex. Go back. Go back and bring me Smile of the Searing Sun. Or the Rage Mage legs. I so wanna play a Rage Mage now. No. Hit the wall. Okay. Getting there. By the way, I'm gonna test my chat to see if it's sending messages, because sometimes it glitches and it doesn't read messages nor send them. So I'm just gonna write test and see if it gets sent to Mixer, YouTube and Twitch. It did send, it did get sent, okay. Just wanted to test it, because sometimes I would go for like 30 minutes without noticing and then I would have missed some messages from people. And it's restream, it just restreams chat software, chat app, sometimes glitching out on me with some error underscore something underscore something. Alright, back to the boss fight. Yeah, this has been a nice map because it started off with a wood modifier. I love it when I get one, and when I get two it's even better. Those modifiers. Okay. Deeper and deeper. Okay, moving on. What just happened was pretty weird. I still had my cursor forward, but my character went forward and then did backwards and then again forward, as if something invisible was kind of pushing me back, and then I returned to it. Could have been some sort of invisible wall or a rock or whatever. Let's do this dead end. I'm gonna pull them all. Released too late. Let's see, this way. That chain explosion. When you do that shockwave, I love it how they don't all die at once, but they're like dominoes, like a Mexican wave, as it's called. I'm not sure whether you call it like that, but in sports or whatever, in my country we call it Mexican wave when the audience in one part of the stadium gets up, then the ones next to them gets up, then the ones next to that one gets up, like in a consecutive manner. Not sure why we call it Mexican wave. Seems like a rather racist term to call it, but maybe it was invented in Mexico and that's why they call it like that. But I'm pretty sure the English name is probably different. But yeah, they're dying like that, kind of like dominoes. After the shockwave. Pew pew pew. What's this buff? Do I want this? Critical damage. Let's get that critical damage before the boss fight. Wondering if I can do a massive hit even without focusing on the damage right now. I did a combo. What I did is I did this stun. While it stunned, I did this to do some weakness, and then this to do some more weakness. And then it died quicker. Oh, another one. Another one. Oh, stamina regeneration rate reduction. Alright, that's gonna... I'm happy I'm not playing the jumpy jump setup I was testing earlier. And now we have 235 magic find for only 12th level enemy increase. With my O'Malley's Wiki belt, that's 284 wood quality. Yesterday when I was doing Champion 1, I didn't really see much better wood. Really, I think it's just purely bullshit random. Maybe I had very bad luck yesterday on Champion. I've been seeing other people play the game and get like legendary after legendary after legendary after unique on like 230, 50, 200, sometimes even less than 200. Even I have been getting such streaks with Adept, mind you. Even on Adept I've been getting such streaks. So I'm not sure how much that wood quality even works. Is Magic Find just completely bullshit? Or is it really bad how it sometimes gives you a good streak and sometimes gives you a very bad streak? Let's see here. Okay. And there's a lot of enemies left to kill still. Oh wow, what hit me? Oh, a spear. Didn't even see there's a spear thrower. But yeah, my resistance at the moment is 70 something, 80 something. So yeah, that's most of the piercing stuff one-shots me. Let's group them up. And boom. Oh, those weren't close enough. Why did they stop following me? That was weird. I was trying to make a train. They don't want to do the choo-choo dance. Alright, let's group up some more now again. Glitch. Alright, let's... Please don't throw the axe right when I res. And burst it. That was a quick one, by the way, or at least it seemed like a quick one. So now, as I said, I want to do some Wrath of Sari, so hopefully I can get Lex, the other rogue armor. But gives me cooldown, transfer time and a socket or a couple. Min-max that. 25 a coat. Doesn't have the transfer time. I mean the cost reduction. Quick check. Three, 3, 3, 1. If I were to do this, if For to do this it goes to 3147. Oh yeah. Found myself a new plate, a new toy. New toys all the way. With that new toy, we would have some good stuff going on for it once I do... Where did that go? I needed physical material damage. Material damage here. So 16 and then we have 34. 19 and 30. Here this material damage with 13, this is occult damage with 10. Material damage with 13 maybe would be better. And I'm pretty sure I had more material damage with 29 with 10. 15 and 16. With ferocity, agility and attack speed. That's the elemental damage, and here was the occult. Okay, so 3386 by replacing the gauntlet, so it went up. And first of all, let's get the one with the most rage and willpower. So one of those two. Do you want ferocity? I'm gonna get the one with the ferocity first, instead of this one. Three, 386, 3445, and with this one 3425, 3438. I'm thinking this one. The difference is so small between that and that. I mean, the rage and willpower is the same, but I get ferocity. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. So yeah, the material damage is 11% less. The rage is more, the agility is more, then there's ferocity, and I get bonus damage from the agility and ferocity, and then I get attack speed, which for spin to win I don't need for Bladestorm, but for other builds I probably would love it. This is the best option without the attack speed. I wanna check it with full rage. 5, 6, 10. 5, 5, 7, 7. Alright, let's go for that one then. And where's my bow? I had a good bow somewhere. This one. Yeah, I think I need to get rid of some of those rings. Oh, and what's this one? Why do I have this here? Found a better one. Okay, let's go. Top, 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 top. I keep forgetting. Now we're ready. And Danny Warsnop, I just noticed this, sorry if I'm a bit late on the uptake, I was in the zone. This is not free to play, it is buy to play. Buy it once and don't pay anymore. For now that's how it is, and probably they might add some cosmetic microtransactions, but for now it's buy once, play forever. There's probably gonna be expansions, but it's kind of like Diablo 2, Diablo 3, etc. So it's perfect, and at the moment you can even get it on a discount. Not on a discount, but you're saving money if you buy it before the launch. It launches next Thursday on the 13th, and the price is going up. The price is going up by 10 euro or $15, depending on your region. So if you're planning on playing this game, and if you're planning on spending a lot of time in this game, you probably would want to get it now, if what you're seeing is to your liking. If you want to wait and don't want to spend that much money on a game you've not played yet and you're not sure whether you want it, then you can wait, but be advised that the price would go up. I'd rather inform people about this. Alright, this guy, just a moment, I need to block this user. As soon as I enabled follower, as soon as I disabled follower only mode, those guys started showing up in my Twitch. Just a moment, I need to report him. They probably even sent me a PM. Yesterday the same happened. Someone spammed my chat and then sent me a PM as well with the same shit. Nobody wants to buy your fucking dodgy followers and subs. Damn bots. Damn bots trying to steal people's personal information by scamming them. If someone is desperate enough to buy viewers and subs and anything and has the money to actually do that, then for all means they deserve their personal information to get stolen by companies like that. And it's sad that a market like this exists. The same way that it's sad that market for people in Path of Exile selling items for real money exists, because there's people who actually buy things like that. There's people who actually buy followers and subs and all of that. And there's also people who buy items and currency from some websites in Path of Exile that are pretty dodgy, and who knows what's happening with their personal information. Let's see. So I guess that's the only reason why people would want to enable followers only mode on the chat. I'm not a big fan of it, and I didn't know I had it enabled until someone pointed it out yesterday. I disabled it, but as soon as I did, like an hour or two after that, a bot appeared. So I'm gonna just have to get used to it. I'm wondering if this is showing up on my screen, because my screen is kind of showing the same messages I'm seeing. Let me quickly check, just a moment, I want to check it. Yeah, it's showing up. I'm gonna quickly reset it. I don't want this showing up. Just a moment, I'm gonna refresh the cache. All the messages would be removed, but at least it's not gonna show up. There we go. After you beat the game, does it go to higher difficulty like Diablo 2 normal nightmare level? So there's something similar. Basically what you have is like Diablo 3. It's like Diablo 3, you have rifting and all of that, but there's no normal nightmare, inferno, chaos, not chaos, but what was that in Diablo? I keep forgetting the difficulty that goes all the way to 16. Torment, yeah, you don't have torment levels and things like that. At the moment, maybe when the game launches there will be things like that, but I'd rather them don't do that type of power creep mechanic. I'm fine with them maybe having one more difficulty or two more, but it's fine enough. We have Adept, we have Veteran, and we have what's its name, Champion. And this is something you pick when you select your endgame mode. As you saw me earlier, when I selected this map, I could pick some things in regards to the difficulty. Based on what difficulty I pick, the map would be more difficult. But I don't pick it from when starting the game. I don't pick it the same way you have in Diablo 2. And I think this is a slightly better mechanic, but what they did say is there would be a more casual mode for people who wanna just do it for the story, the first playthrough. If they're having difficulties beating some bosses, there would be the difficulty that would be more casual, and then there would be the difficulty that they're suggesting, the suggested difficulty, the way they think the game would be. So when you're doing your first playthrough, you would have the normal, and then you would have the story or whatever it's called, that more casual kind of difficulty. But I think you would be able to switch between them, probably somewhere from the settings. I'm gonna have to wait until the launch, but all I can tell you is what we have at the moment. And at the moment it's just one difficulty with multiple difficulty stages for the endgame mode. And I like that there's a limit to the endgame mode, unlike Diablo 3 having unlimited rift levels and unlimited paragons. You don't have paragon levels here, and you have a limit of the equivalent to rifting. So in the end it would be all about who gets a more synergized build and who plays the build better, as opposed to who spends more time grinding paragons and who shares their account with someone else who can grind paragons for them and all that. And botting. In Diablo 3 I know there's a lot of botting going on for paragon levels, AFK botting. And it's good, if you're not forcing the people to feel the need to use some tools like that, they won't be. It's nice to have limits. And another thing is about Grim Down. I didn't like I have to do all the playthroughs on one difficulty, on another difficulty, on the third difficulty every single time I make an out. Here, if you make an out, you don't need to complete the story. As long as you've completed the story once on one character, you can make a new character and just jump into the end game mode. This one I'm playing right now is called Soldier of Fortune, but there's gonna be different end game modes probably. and you can just jump into Soldier of Fortune. You can get power leveled by someone, and that's fine. Power leveling and out being added to the game is something I really love for any ARPG. It's not dual. You can go all the way to 4 people. You can play solo, you can play with 2, you can play with 3, you can play with 4. It's up to 4 people. And it's gonna be 3 acts. On launch you're gonna have 3 acts. 3 acts will roughly take you between 15 and 20 hours, depending on how fast and slow you are doing it. Act 1 takes between 5 and 6. So if Act 1 takes 5 and 6 and the others are roughly as long, that means, yeah, between 15 and 20 hours. Of course there's gonna be people speedrunning it in probably 10 hours, but that's just some people. And you're probably gonna end up being around level 55-60 when you beat the story. From there on until level 90 it's gonna be endgame modes grinding until level 90. Because at the moment you end up being level 15 to 20, depending on how much of the side monsters you've been hunting. When you finish Act 1. Yeah, this character I'm playing is in offline mode because the servers went down few days ago. So few days ago, like a week ago, the servers shut down for maintenance, the Steam servers, and all of our characters got wiped. So I already got all my stuff wiped, and I started a new fresh character on offline mode just to do some extra farming and experimenting with builds and trying to get some unique items I never could. Unfortunately, I still am not getting that one item I could never get on online mode before the wipe. And this offline character would also get lost because it's most likely not gonna be compatible. Even if I save it, I'm gonna be able to play it if I add a separate installation of the game and keep that somewhere where I can access it, but highly unlikely for me to even bother doing something like that for just a bunch of gear. But yeah, there's probably ways to keep this character and play it on the old version post-launch somehow, but I don't see a reason to do that unless someone really needs to do it for some other purposes. There's gonna be so many changes, so much stuff when the game launches that it's gonna feel like a completely different game in the same universe with the same engine. Many of the things would be reworked. And having that many passives, that many active skills, that many possibilities with gems and crafting would make the end game pretty fun, and you would still have that thirst for better wood. You would still want to play it to get better gear and to test new builds with the new gear. So there's gonna be a lot of things to keep you busy in the game. It's not gonna be complete the story, spend a few more hours gearing up and then quit. Because you're probably gonna want to try different builds, different items, with your current build even. You're gonna want to get some legendaries, some uniques. You're gonna want to try different classes probably, and you don't have traditional classes. Any character can be any class. You can respec it anytime once you're in the town, and you can respec both your attributes and your passive skill points. And with the skill system you can just modify a certain skill the way you want it to be, by adding skill modifiers. Look at that, Restream chat is congratulating me. It's the first time I've seen this happen. So I guess the first time I've reached 100 chat messages across all 3 platforms. Small streamer things, hashtag. And the hashtag is after it, I guess, instead of before, because why not? Well, PvP is gonna be extremely hard to balance in such a game. This game is meant for us to be killing monsters, not to be killing each other. I'm doing thousands of damage. My HP is only 2000. People can do 150,000 damage with this skill. How are you gonna balance this out? On level 20 my HP is 2000 and someone can do... I can do 2000 damage just but with my spin to win. Look at that, I'm doing 7000, 10,000 with my spin to win. Balance this one, please. ARPGs are one of the hardest games to balance for PvP. Of course, if you make a separate mode where someone goes in and all the gear is fixed, so the gear you have doesn't matter, that's fine. But the gear is part of the build. So how are you gonna balance it in such a way so that you still keep the gear, you still keep the things that the gear gives you, but you also kind of modify the HP, the damage, the defenses and all of that for PvP. If someone can make a mod, because there will be mods for this game for the offline mode. There will be offline and online mode, but if you play offline you will never be able to play with online players. And if you play online you would never be able to play with offline players. Just to keep cheaters separated from the non-cheaters. And just to be easy to tell who is cheating and who isn't. So that way, yeah. Offline mode would be nice for mods. If you wanna test a different mod that someone made for the game, then it's gonna be pretty nice to get someone to make a PvP mode, and then if the PvP mod is good, maybe the developers might rework it and add it into the game. So modders out there, unite, make a PvP mod with balancing and everything after the game launches. We would all be willing to play it. But yeah, PvP for this game is probably gonna be a nightmare to try and figure out how to balance it, how to make it so that you can retain the unique aspects of the uniques, modifying certain skills and certain things and giving you special spice to the build, and still have some balanced stats, so people are not just one-shotting themselves with the most basic attack. If they remove all the gear from the PvP and just make a PvP arena where you're only using builds that take into account some preset armors, preset PvP armor and preset PvP weapons, the same way Guild Wars 2 has it. This could work. But you would need to be able to quickly hot swap between your PvE setup and the PvP one. And there's gonna need to be unique special items for PvP that are completely separate from the PvE ones. Yeah, I can spend few days brainstorming this and writing down some ideas and picking the best ones, and eventually I could probably figure out the way to do it, but it's not gonna involve any of the PvE obtained gear. Otherwise it's gonna be super hard. So Guild Wars 2 type of PvP, like the structured PvP in Guild Wars 2, is easy to probably balance out. It's still gonna require a lot of work though. But I mean, PvP is nice and all, but most people play those games for the loot and for making different builds, not for PvP. I do enjoy PvP games where gearing up and items and everything have no impact on the PvP. That's why shooters are so popular for PvP games, or games like Dota and League of Legends and so on, where you still have gear and builds and so on, but it's different for each game. You don't keep the progress, and they're just part of the whole progression of the game. Even games like Paladins, where you have similar aspects like the Dota and League of Legends types, but the game is actually a shooter like Overwatch. Or should I say like Global Agenda, because Global Agenda is by the same people who made Paladins, but it came long before Overwatch was even a concept. Global Agenda, man, if they remake Global Agenda and make it like a buy-to-play title, maybe it was one of the best games you can play as a shooter-ish type. The classes in Global Agenda were fun. You had open world kind of exploration with PvE. You had dome defense raids, where you're defending, surviving waves and then a boss. You had the weekly Alliance versus Alliance, I think was called, or Agency versus Agency. Agency versus Agency, where you fight for control, domination on a map. So you had those kind of guild wars thingies, where you're fighting against others. And you had the 10v10, not 5v5 but 10v10 PvP, which is random, and it was kind of point control, but you had 3 points and you kind of had to split the team in 3 or in 2. The best strategy is to split the team in 2 and hold 2 points and let the enemies hold the 3rd point. In the end, if you hold 2 points for most of the time, you're gonna get more points than the team who holds 2. And you had engineers that can do some domes and turrets. You had a tank that also has shields. You had a rogue that can either go invisible, dual wield setup for melee with bombs and drop bombs and traps, or you could go for a sniper and just annihilate from long range. Everyone had jetpacks, which was one of the most fun things. With the bomber con, the recon, with the bomber con, I could just go with my jetpack invisible and drop some mines on the bomb from afar, from the sky. And those bombs would destroy a turret nest. Global Agenda was such a good game, and then things got dumber and dumber with games like Paladins and Overwatch. Because I guess the money is there, competitive is there. Global Agenda could have been amazing for competitive, but the thing is, the teams were 10-man teams, not 5-man teams. You don't have competitive sports leagues with 10-man teams. It was great. Every week with our alliance, me and my buddies, IRL buddies, had joined some American alliance that was very active, and it was fun having those fights with other alliances for territory. And there was a big map separated in different hexes, and you can choose which territory to attack. And then there was like a schedule. Every day at this time, there's gonna be the option for everyone to attack or defend territories. And you even needed to have an alpha team, a beta team, etc. So if you're attacking and defending at the same time. But it was more like a mixture between an MMO and a shooter, what Global Agenda was. And it's the game that we really need at this time. Because if it came out at this time, not when it did, I think many people would have been playing it. And if something like this comes out now, it's probably gonna end up getting more people playing it than Apex and all those others, BRs, and then Overwatch, and then Paladins, and all those other team-based shooters. Because in times when the market is so saturated with BR games, having an MMO shooter with competitive aspects would probably be the breadwinner of a company if they decide to go for it. And what happened with Global Agenda is Hi-Res Studios decided to focus all their attention into Tribes Ascent, which was the remake of Tribes, an old school, nice, fun shooter. It wasn't a great success, so then they decided to make Smite, and then they decided to make Paladins. And I think if they kept Global Agenda and maybe made Global Agenda 2, it might have turned out much better for them than focusing on the titles I mentioned. But this was one of the most fun PvP experiences I've had in a game. Global Agenda. Even though it was not a hack and slash, it was not a fantasy game, and as I said earlier in my stream, I'm more of a fantasy fan rather than a sci-fi fan, although I do like both types of books, movies, games, etc. Oh wow, that Devour doesn't joke around. The damn spear bearers, they're always the ones that end up getting me from out of nowhere. Did he die? Yeah. Oh no, he's still alive. Alright. Let's see the drops. Whenever I start talking about Global Agenda, I wish there was more videos recorded and uploaded to YouTube about the game, but back then YouTube was not that big and there was barely anyone uploading videos of gaming. So yeah, there aren't many records of what Global Agenda was like. People who play shooters nowadays, a lot of them weren't even born back when Global Agenda was a thing. Like, what was it, 19 years ago or 9 years ago? 10 years ago? I can't even remember when that came out. 2006, 2009? Need to check. But it was long ago, I can't even remember it already, so it's been that time already. I think in 2008 is when they tried to make tribes send, so probably a few years before that. Might Google it. Let's see. Global Agenda game. Initial release 1st of February 2010. Okay. "2017 video code death of a game Global Agenda." Yeah. It was sad times. But it didn't die in 2017, it died long before that. I don't know why that video was made so long ago. So long after the game shut down. Let's go kill the boss, it should be this way. I think by the time I reach it I would have achieved the quota. But if you guys like the fantasy style PvP, there is gonna be soon a game. Sadly, I'm not sure whether that's gonna give you some hopes about the game, but there's gonna be a game from an Asian company, and I'm gonna give you the name of it and a trailer. It's gonna be like the classic arenas we had in Warcraft. Just let me copy the trailer from my Discord channel. Hunters Arena Legends, that's what it's gonna be called. You can check this trailer, Hunters Arena Legends, but it's gonna be sadly 60 people in the same map. It would have been such a great game if they did it maybe maximum 16-20 players in the same map. But no, they decided to make it as big as the BR games and have 60 people in the same map fighting. It's gonna be fun though, because it has very fast, nice combat. And it's like playing third-person RPG, but multiplayer and yeah, PvP. It's gonna have kind of similar animations and skills like Black Desert. The quality of the skills and animation seems like Black Desert and Blade and Soul and all that type of action element like Terra, Blade and Soul, Black Desert, but a massive fight. And the massive is the aspect I didn't like. If they kept it smaller, like we used to have back then in the Warcraft 3 maps, there used to be great Warcraft 3 arena maps. There used to be some weird Naruto Warcraft 3 maps, there used to be some weird Warcraft 3 maps that were similar to other games. And many people played those instead of playing Dota back then when we played Warcraft 3 maps. And I enjoyed those PvP arenas, they were so fun. There was another one from the Warhammer, I think from the Warhammer Online team, they made like a side project called, what was its name? Oh wait, I've got my browser open, So the game was called Warhammer... Shit, it's not showing me that. Just a moment, I'm gonna find it. I have it somewhere here. I think it was Warhammer Legend something. But yeah, it was kind of made by the people who made the Warhammer Online game. And it was a very nice project, very nice side project. You had like small teams of 5-6 people. You had either capture the flag, which was capture the relic. Then you had things like team deathmatch. You had things like point control. And you had 3 teams fighting it out. So it wasn't team 1, team 2, but it was 3 different teams, and it was amazing for fantasy PvP. And it was in the Warhammer universe, so you had Skaven, you had some witch hunters, you had some soldiers there, you had some high elves, you had some wood elves, you had a lot of good stuff there. But the game was not popular, and I think EA was behind it, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, in the end people didn't play it that much, and it died out. But it was a fun game to spend a couple of hours PvPing every now and then. Regicide Mark, I'm not gonna pick it up, I've got plenty of those. Stunned him while he was doing his animation. Oh no. The one shot he won. And I can one shot as well. $295 wood quality. Come on game, drop me that damn armor. If not the armor, at least the legs, come on. I'm not asking for too much, just for one item. It could be one of either of those two. There's something specific I wanna test before the game launches, just to see if the foundation of a fun build is there. I mean, I suspect it is there. In theory, the foundation of that build is there. I don't think anyone has even tried such a setup, such a combo so far in the beta. That's why I want to try it, because there's no data to go on about if that build would be viable or not. The massive HP pool, wife steal, rogue, assassin. with Slayer's Fury. Stacking HP and Force Shield, converting Force Shield into HP, stacking Wife Leech, and stacking attack speed to keep stealing Wife quick. And I just want to see the basics. I don't want to test it on champion. I just want to see if there's something to later evolve on launch. Because all the things we're doing now are very incomplete when you compare this thing here that you have to a launched game that's half the skill points. I mean half the passive points. 38 opposed to 89. Even less than half of the points we can get. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna die. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Okay. Now I only have one resurrection, maybe 0 resurrections left. And I'm still to do a boss fight. And I don't want to lose this 295 wood quality though. Okay, which way? This way. Not the glitch. Almost died there because of this glitch. Yeah, if you guys like playing spin to win, stay away from edges if you're playing the beta. Stay away from edges of the terrain, because the spin to win gets stuck and then you start spinning in place without being able to move until you stop spinning and either use a skill or do regular movement. Like now, let's try and replicate it. Now, see where my cursor is? I'm supposed to be going there where my cursor is. This is what I'm talking about. $300 wood quality, here we come. And it's a forest. I'm getting lucky in forests. We want to sacrifice something. Let's sacrifice some gear. Let's tell it give me uniques. Wish I could drop some more. Let's drop this one too. Nice. I'm loving those burst explosions. Just look at that. Even with swashing them, they explode as if there's like something from the inside, bursting them into pieces. Just looks so fun to watch. Okay. And that consecutive domino effect of bursting them into gory bloody explosions with some limbs and stuff getting torn apart. I'm wondering what rating this game would have on launch. Probably it's gonna be 16 plus. With all the gore and stuff. Hi, show skill tree and characteristics with things. Alright, after this map I'm gonna show you the skill tree and everything. Just give me a moment. Actually, I can even show it here, just need to get rid of the enemies around me. So they don't end up surprising me out of nowhere. Okay, there's some more coming after me. And welcome YT Red WSX Thread CS. Interesting name. So, what do you want to see? The skill tree and the characteristics. First of all, you have ferocity, toughness, agility, wisdom, and you can respec them at any time you want once you're in the town. And you can see it can only be performed in the town. So, based on what you invest into, it gives you different bonuses. And then you have details here. Yeah, basic stuff. Then you have advanced, but not too advanced, the skill tree. You have different categories of skills. Currently there are 20 skills. When the game launches, there's gonna be 40 skills. 40 skills. For more info, by the way, about this, you can check this thing. Just a second. You can check those 3 links. For the things that are coming when the game launches, then a preview of some of the new skills and modifiers, and preview of more of the new skills and modifiers. And the first preview, the first skills link, gives you an example of how the system is getting reworked. Each skill can have up to 90 levels. Each skill can have up to 10, currently 20, but on launch 10 modifier points, and each modifier costs 1, 2 or 3 points. Currently it's 4 or 8, but you're gonna have 3 different types and they're gonna cost 1, 2 or 3 points. And you're gonna have 10 points total. Currently the skills have 8 modifiers, they're gonna have 16. There are some examples now with this one having 9 modifiers, but each skill would have 16 modifiers, which would give you some extra advanced build making depth. Then you have the passives. The passives are where things get serious. You have 3 classes here, and then you have another 6 classes here, and when the game you're getting another 12 classes here. By spending points into different skills from those classes, you get different bonuses. For example, I got crit chance, I got crit damage for the price of normal damage, I get rage on kill, I get damage based on unspent rage, then I get some movement speed, then I get some more maximum willpower and rage, more maximum willpower and rage, more crit damage, more movement speed here and here, attack speed and so on, even more movement speed here. This is a farming build, this is not a pushing build, so I'm focusing on maxing out my movement speed, maxing out my rage and crit chance and crit damage. This is what I've done with this build. And you can rotate. One thing I forgot to mention is you can rotate this and link things differently. Currently there aren't that many cases where you would want to rotate things. But for example, yeah, if I wanted to reach certain things here and this wasn't linked, I would have needed to link it differently. When the third skill tree comes in place, you would definitely want to be using rotations. I hope this is what you needed to know, and I hope it was more than enough. If it wasn't, ask more, ask questions, don't be afraid, guys. I like answering questions, and all the things that you people were asking me later on, I would try and when the game launches, get all that information in a YouTube video or two, depending on how many things there are. I'm gonna be making different guides for the crafting system, for the general guide about basic things in the game, such as the armors, the weapon types, the gems, and all of that. So the more questions you ask, the more ideas I get about what content I wanna make for YouTube. Because if you're wondering about those things, there's bound to be more people wondering about them. So you're helping me in a way, which I do appreciate, all the questions you're asking. Thank you as well again. Thank you as well. And thank you for the YouTube sub. Really appreciate it. Helps my channel grow. So we're ready to go and kill the boss, so let's go. It should be maybe this way and then up. I think that's how it's gonna be. The boss would be this way and then all the way up. There will be more skills. Yeah, each Friday they show more skills, and I can even show you some of them. I mean, I can show you some of the skills released this week. This week they kept releasing one new skill and one new skill modifier every day on Discord. If you're not following them on Discord, I can show you some of the things. So today they showed us a modifier for Phantom Blades where the blade gets stuck to the first enemy it hits and then it explodes. Another thing that they revealed today was evasion, which is this skill. It's a back row or just teleport or whatever. It's an evasive attack opposite to where the cursor is. So you can see where the cursor is there towards the enemies, and he does a dash backwards. Another thing that got released this week, I think, was the poison golem. So this is one of the summons for the necro that can taunt enemies. You can see it did a shout and it took the threat level. Another thing that got released this week is Mark of Impurity modifier that allows you to have a ghost. Look at this part here. A spectral ally attacking the enemy that is afflicted by Mark of Impurity. Another thing that got released this week, I think, was Juggernaut. Juggernaut is a skill for tank builds. So you get this thing around you and it blocks damage until a certain threshold is reached. When that threshold is reached, it explodes and deals damage to nearby enemies. You can also activate it early to make it detonate before reaching that threshold, and that would make it deal more damage if you activate it early. So what else was released? A modifier for Gunslinger's Brand from this week, which you cannot see yet on the links until Friday. Yeah, Hasselhoff93, welcome to the club, the waiting room, or whatever you wanna call it. Welcome to the club, we're all waiting here, we can't wait. So this is a modifier for Gunslinger's Brand, where on the first target you hit, it releases all the charges. Instead of you having to click it 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. times, you just click it once and it unleashes everything. Another thing that I think got released this week is for the skill I'm using for Bladestorm. You can see those whitening bolts or holy bolts. This is smiting enemies on crit. So if you're critting, you're gonna have a chance to get those smites. Hasselhoff93, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And welcome to the Struck Club. Really appreciate it. Another thing released this week, I think, is this modifier for Bleeding Edge, which makes it spiral out further and further and further away from you. Pretty fun. And what else? Am I forgetting something? Let's scroll around them just to see what I could be forgetting from this week. So that's the Necromele pets. That's a hammer. That's this. Oh, this one is from this week. A rocket on. You can shoot a rocket instead of a regular projectile, and make it do more damage with Havoc Orb. This is the Ranger pets. Not those two, but those two. Those are the Rangers. So you can have 2 Ranger, 2 melee, and 1 Golem so far that we know of. This is from last Friday, the Infinity Blade. It's a spell, a melee damage spell. Pretty nice. And yeah, I think that's all of it. I think I've went through all of them. That's a turret with a shield that reflects projectiles and bounces them back off to the enemies. And you can shoot through it, but the enemies can't. This returns you where you started the teleport. Triple annihilation. Suki AoE skill with AoE damage in the middle. Very nice vacuum skill. Extra AoE for Anvil's Wall. Modifier for Arctic Spear to behave like Frost Orb in Yabu, shooting extra small projectiles from the big projectile. Extra little small fields on both sides of the big field. And I think that's it. All the things from this week I've shown, I think. Most of them weren't from this week, but I showed you some things just so you know. So sorry for taking this delay to anyone who didn't need it. But it's nice to answer those questions, show that stuff. Let's go get the boss. He's already waiting for us there. With his little boss buddy. Big boss, little boss. Okay, got it. Let's go get the rewards. And yeah, since we got asked about the wood quality, not the wood quality, but the what's its name, about the difficulties. I'm gonna show you what the difficulties are at the moment, what we have in regards to that. So currently you select in this endgame mode, you can select different difficulties. This gives me 5 magic find and +1 to enemy level, then +4 to enemy level for more magic find, +140 magic find but 28 enemy level. And this goes all the way to champion 9, which is 55 to enemy level. 55 to enemy level on champion 9. But it gives you also a lot of wood quality. Magic find. So when you're level 90, you're gonna be fighting level 145 enemies. I'm gonna do something else now. I'm gonna do all in the middle. No, let's do all at the bottom. Everything in the bottom. And then I'm gonna wear untainted enemies and start. And this changes it. Instead of pushing map after map after map, I'm pushing a single map and I'm only getting the wood at the end. The enemies cannot drop wood, as you can see. This is normally faster, but it has some special enemies which are a bit of pain in the bum to deal with, because they have some annoying attacks and they can one-shot and all of it. So in this mode, basically you wanna speedrun, go to the boss, skip the elites even, just keep killing the regular trash mobs. And this map modifier can drop certain items that you cannot get from other places yet. We cannot get certain things. certain item affixes anywhere else other than here. And at the end you kill a boss, and then behind the boss is a chest. As soon as you open the chest, you get two types of rewards. One of them is performance reward, based on how well you did, so whether you died, if you died how many times, and you get ranked. Rank S plus rank S, rank A, B, and so on, based on how many times you've died. Each time you die, there's one rank down. And it doesn't matter whether you die or your teammate dies, everyone gets punished. The whole team gets punished. I don't think level 90 would take long to reach. My guess is up to 30 hours maximum playtime. That's my guess. I think with speed leveling and speed farming it's gonna be easy on our outs. Only our main character would take longer. Probably you would reach level 90 within 25 hours. That's just my guess though. Because if you probably heard me earlier, I said my guess for completing the story would be between 15 and 20 hours based on how fast you are. And if 15 and 20 hours is for the story and we reach level 60 or 55, depending on the story, then it makes sense for the rest to not take that long. Which farming mode do you mean? As soon as I reach the end game, I'm gonna be leveling with the farming mode. Like, regardless whether it's this one or the other one, I'm gonna be leveling with expeditions. I'm probably gonna be doing regular expeditions because it's faster and easier to just keep doing it rather than doing this one. And since I died now, I'm gonna get rank S, and S is for shame. S is for shame, S plus is okay. So now we're getting rank shame. Maybe we're gonna get even crappier rank, who knows. So there we go, rank S, one item less. If you get rank S plus, you might end up seeing things like this one. So with rank S plus, you can get 5 items. Of course, it's not always legendary, it's actually very rarely all legendary. But yeah, this is it. SS plus, you can see some more details here. Highest hit 76,000, etc. Damage dealt. This specific game mode, I'm probably do it every now and then as I level up. But I'm gonna be heavily doing it once I level up to get the gear I need for the builds, the rage-based gear, etc. If I can only get certain things from this mode, it depends. It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. So here in this mode you can get specific modifiers, which I'm gonna show you some from those modifiers. This is nice, I'm gonna keep it. So look at this, allows the bearer to cast Bulwark of Down. Bulwark of Down is an AoE healing spell of the sacred variety. And this item allows you to cast a spell that you can normally not cast with a battle axe. And this dagger, well, it's nothing special. Let's show you some more items. I just want to show you more things that are unique to this mode, so you can kind of have an idea what you can get. But the basic description of some of those modifiers would be those are modifiers that allow you a certain weapon or offhand to allow you to use a certain skill that is normally not usable with this weapon or offhand. So you can have a turret on a staff, you can have a turret on a two-hander, you can have a spell, any spell on a two-hander or on a one-hander or on a bow. So that's just some examples of some things that you can achieve. Acute damage shoulder with rage and willpower. Acute damage. Where was my acute damage? Over here and over here. And another special stat is this one. This stat gives you damage based on your unspent rage points. Another special stat would be this one. Attacks gain X% damage from the last spell cast. Then another special stat would be maximum willpower and rage. Those are stats that you can only get from there. And all of those stats are actually things that you can get from the passive skills. So this gives you max willpower and rage. This gives you max willpower and rage. But this is the one, Manic Slaughter. This is like my helmet and chest. But it gives you 2%, but with the helmet and chest you get 9. So if you get 9 plus 9 plus 2, there you go, 20%. Then there's another one, such as this one here, Residual Energy. With the rings you can get 2 rings of 15, and with 2 rings you get another instance of this. And there's items like this unique item that can give you another 20%-ish. So pretty nice. Attacks gaining damage from the last spell cast. I really want to get some items so I can show you more of this. Let's do more of those modifiers, by the way. Now we're gonna do a sacrifice to the wood gods. So it's not just the ability to cast certain certain skills with the different item type. So it's not like just this. As you saw, you get that extra damage based on how much rage you have. You get also the ability on rings to get extra damage based on the last spell cast for hybrid builds, where you're using spells to boost the damage of the next attack after the spell. Interesting setups. Then you also have this that gives you max rage and willpower. Again on rings only. Definitely a lot of stuff that you can get on this mode. That you can only get on this mode. But the biggest thing about this mode is what I've got on my helmet and on my armor. Up to 9% damage per 100 unspent rage. And you can see by default, with those skills I have 1649 rage. Without getting items that give me extra rage. If I get rings that give me extra 100 rage, that means I'm gonna have 1850 rage. Which is pretty much a big number. And with that skill 2% and with the other two 9%, that's gonna be 20% extra damage for each unspent 100. And if I have 2000, that's gonna be 20 times 20% extra damage. So that's the one thing I would probably try and get very early in the game. Even if it's not high level, I'm gonna keep it while leveling because of all that damage we can get. But since it's gonna take a lot of grinding, probably it's not even worth grinding early on until you hit level 90. I think it's better to just focus on regular expeditions, hit level 90, then start grinding for the other stuff. Sorry, had to mute my mic for a moment. Oh, there's another thing. Second wind. When under 30% of max health, gain a burst of health regeneration. This is another thing that you get a passive off, and this is like a version of the passives. Another thing is this ailment stacks up wide. So when you have rings with ailment stacks up wide and amulets with ailment stacks up wide, that means you can make a very strong damage over time build that needs less hits with spells or attacks to apply bleeding, poison, burning, shock, etc. Regular expeditions won't give you this. Those special modifiers do not drop on regular expeditions, but they would still give you good stuff. Like regular expeditions are what I was doing until earlier, where at the end of the map I pick whether I want to go back to the town or continue farming. And the regular expeditions are better to get unique items. Whereas if you want to get special legendary items, Wrath of Saricel maps are your go-to place. So with regular expeditions, let's do some more of those. Just a moment, I need to start my heater. There we go. Let's give them HP. Well, that's not good. Okay, again, had to mute my mic. You don't want to hear me farting. Alright, willpower regeneration. I didn't want to have to pick this, but I'm gonna have to. Alternatively, I can do this one. Let's do. So yeah, this is the regular expedition. You can see it takes a bit longer. It's a bit slower to fill the bar on the side where it says hunt down enemies. The Wrath of Saricel can be done as soon as you finish the story mode. Basically, you finish the story mode, then you go back to the main menu, and then you select Soldier of Fortune as the mode. And once you've unlocked it once, you can create characters that start playing from level 1 on the Soldier of Fortune. So you only need to complete the story once on one character. Then your next one can skip the story entirely. So you finish the story, then you quit, go back to the main menu, then you select game settings, and from game settings you select mode that is not story. Currently there's only one, and it's called Soldier of Fortune, but there's another one underneath it that is locked that we don't know of, which would be coming with the launch. So similar to how in Diablo you can select rifting or bounties or whatever else you wanna do. So I definitely think it's a okay way to make it that way, that separation. It would have been nice to not have to quit the game from story mode, but I think they made it for ease of matchmaking, to make it easier to group you up with other players who are doing the exact same mode. That's probably why they made it. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of improvements in the matchmaking compared to what we have right now. They had 4 months to work on matchmaking improvements, and I hope they've spent that time well. You want, when the game launches, to have as much social features as possible, so people can easily group up and pick up random play. I can definitely tell you I don't like the limited matchmaking options we have right now and the way it works. The way it works right now is I can only team up with people who are looking for a game at the same time I'm looking for a game. If I've already started playing and I'm inside my game and either talking to the NPC or doing maps, currently no one can join the game unless I invite them. Or they're on my friends list and try to join me that way. But if I'm looking for a game at, let's say, midnight. Let's say at midnight today I start looking for a game. And then at midnight today someone else starts looking for a game, or maybe midnight and 1 minute. So I would still be looking for the game the same time he is. Then eventually at midnight and 2-3 minutes, when the game is found, when Wolcen creates a game for us, we're gonna probably end up in the same lobby, as long as we're from the same region. And regions also probably are a big factor of the matchmaking. And look at, see that, this one asks me, do I want to go back to the town, collect rewards, or do I want to keep pushing to get max rewards? And max rewards is after you finish 6 maps. From the starting point you pick. And each 3 maps unlocks a new checkpoint. So if you exit after 3 maps, you're gonna be unlocking a new checkpoint from which you can later start. But you're not gonna get as good rewards as if you keep pushing 6 maps in a row. If you keep pushing 6 maps in a row, when you complete those 6 maps in a row, you are unlocking 2 extra points, 2 extra checkpoints that you can start from. And each checkpoint, as you can see probably earlier when I was showing it, each checkpoint increases the enemy level by 3. That's why every 3 maps, every 3 levels, you're unlocking them. Hopefully all this info was clear and needed to most of you. It's not that difficult to understand it, you just need to understand it once. You need someone to tell you those basics. I'm gonna try my best to provide people with that information once I know how it is after launch. Charge here. Boom. More with retribution, I'm not gonna even bother picking this one up. And yeah, dropping co-op like Diablo is what I really want for this game. Pick me up kind of hot join. Although I'm not a big fan of the Diablo system as well, because it keeps grouping me up with either bots or people who don't speak English at all, or people who are very antisocial, or people who have already started the game and are inside the rift. That's my experience with the Diablo. Or it used to keep putting me in the exact same game. I mean, if I've left a game, then it would be nice to try and not group me in the game I left, but try and find me other games, or let me know there aren't any more level games. Maybe there should be an option to toggle this one on and off. The ability to get placed into games you've already left. And sometimes people would be doing private matches, but open them to the public, and I would join and they would say, can you please leave, we want a 2-man. And I would leave, and then when I tried to rejoin in Diablo 3, it would put me in the same match as those people, because there's no one else grouping up at the same time. And it feels weird. And they were like, whoa, whoa, everyone is LOLing why I keep getting put into their game over and over again. In the end, I just created my own game and opened it to the public, so I would avoid this. That really is Diablo sometimes. That really is it. So hopefully this doesn't have the exact same system, but a better one. A lobby-based system would also be nice, being able, like Grim Dawn and Titan Quest, to see games that have already been started, someone creating the game, putting some password if they want to, maybe for private, or leaving it open, and picking the type of content the game is for. This would be amazing. And Steam would allow them to do it well. This works very well with Steam games. So yeah, something like Grim Dawn matchmaking mixed with Diablo style matchmaking would be the best probably. To have different ones. We'll see though. We will see. By the way, sometimes I need to get my mic closer to my pet when he's drinking his water. I'm telling you, when my pet is drinking his water, it sounds like someone fapping. He's drinking now, but you probably can't hear it. I'm gonna go closer. And he stopped. I think he saw me and got distracted. Yeah, some other time. Some other time I'm gonna try to just put my headphones above him so he can hear the sound. But it's like... Yeah. Yeah, he has water here and he has water in the living room, but he spends most of the time in my room, I guess. Last Epoch, I've not tried it. I get asked this question a lot, probably by you actually. But yeah, I've not tried it and my thoughts are it needs some more development. I've not played it myself, I've only watched the videos and read comments. And we all know how those might be misleading, especially the comments. But from the looks of it, they kind of mistaken what a beta and alpha would be. Currently what the beta in Last Epoch is technically an alpha. Because it's like this beta. This is not really a beta. What I'm playing right now is Wolcen Alpha 2.0. First of all, it doesn't have all the story elements. It doesn't have all the acts. It doesn't have all the systems. So the crafting system is missing. And you want all of those to be added in the alpha. All core major elements of the game are added during the alpha, and the beta is for technical testing, pushing the server limits and all of that, flattening out any bugs. So what we're playing now is alpha 2.0, but because they needed to separate the old alpha from the new alpha, that's why they probably decided to call this a beta. And this is what Last Epoch also has at the moment. It has an alpha and it's marketing it as a beta. And it looks like the developers probably don't even know the difference themselves, because on the Steam page, on the Last Epoch Steam page, the description of the beta is exactly what an alpha is described as normally. But this thing apart, the game looks solid. The game looks like the game that are aiming for the Path of Exile players. It looks like they even kind of made the same type of forum badges and the same type of rewards, supporter rewards that Path of Exile has. Like when I'm watching the Last Epoch, when I'm seeing those art styles of their supporter badges and the rewards and everything, it's as if I'm watching the Path of Exile forums and the badges from there. and the whole game kind of really looks like Path of Exile. So they were going for that whole aesthetic. So I think that's who they are going after. Path of Exile players. Whereas with Wolcen, I have the feeling that the game is going after the Diablo 3 players more than the Path of Exile players. That's the feeling I have with Wolcen. But I really want to play the game, but I can't afford to buy it right now. I'm saving money for other things to upgrade the PC, and eventually I would get it. But so far, yeah, I'm trying to just grow my YouTube channel, grow my Twitch, and trying to invest things to make my content better, to make my content making better and easier, rather than branching out into new games. Although, as a content creator on YouTube, probably branching out into new games and spamming my videos in those new games would be the better choice. I'd rather not do it that cheesy way. And I'd rather spend more quality time on a few games rather than be spread out thinly and cover more games. For now. Later on, I'm probably gonna branch out into Last Epoch when the game has had more time to develop, the community has grown. But I've been following them. I do get notifications when new updates are added, and just the other day I was streaming and playing Wolcen and I get a notification that Last Epoch has released a new patch and patch notes or whatever. So I'm keeping my eye out on some games. Hopefully they end up being good. But I would really love for most developers on Steam early access to kind of know the difference between an alpha and a beta. And to be honest and upfront about it with their so to call the players' customers. Because if you wanna get money from someone, be honest about your product. Don't call an alpha a beta, expecting you're gonna fool someone. It just doesn't look well. I know some people wouldn't care, and I personally wouldn't care whether it's an alpha or a beta. I like testing games. I've been doing so many alpha and beta tests that I probably can't count it in all my hands and legs. Especially for MMOs. I used to do every possible closed alpha beta on an MMO I could get myself into back in the day, in my teenage and early 20s. Wow, this map is very slow in regards to filling up the bar, the monster bar. The kill count, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, shape-shifting is a very nice genre. Or class, let's say, a very nice class for the genre. People love playing that, people love transformations, and this game won't have shape-shifting in this form, but it would have transformations with the apocalyptic forms. I wouldn't mind Wolcen eventually adding some shape-shifting class. Like a proper shapeshifter, regardless whether you're shifting into spirit or something else, it's gonna be nice. But probably with the apocalyptic forms we're gonna have enough shapeshifting for now, until they maybe decide to make a new archetype with that. I think when we get them would be... I think they're gonna be parts of the passive skill tree. At first I thought we would get them from the story, like after completing Act 1 or after completing Act 2 or Act 3. I thought eventually at certain point in the story we would unlock them and have them be part of one of the boss fights, like we get them before a big major boss fight, to be able to kind of beat the boss thanks to that upper edge. But I think maybe they're gonna be in the passive skill tree and we would have to put a point into one of them. I'm not sure, this is just me speculating, so add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grains of salt, as much salt as you want to this. Don't take it for what it is. But this is just me guessing, and I guess we would be able to pick one out of the 4 in the passive tree, and if we pick one we probably won't be able to get the other one specced into, or maybe we would be able to waste points and spec into all 4 of them but not use them at the same time. It's gonna be interesting because I'm pretty sure we would be able to switch between which one we are using or not with respects. So as I said, my guess is probably there's gonna be some sort of thing we click on in the passive skill tree. It would make sense, even if we don't have to spend point in it. It's gonna be nice to have it here and just select the one you want. It definitely looks cool. Oh wow, I ran right into his machine guns. Apex, okay, nothing too serious. Uh, 200, close to 200 wood quality. Yeah, I'm wondering also what mods people would make for the offline mode. I think the first thing people would make would be something that increases the drop quality, etc. like that. That's gonna be mods for the offline mode. But since I'm gonna be playing only online, I'm not gonna be doing those mods. Maybe every now and then I would create a playthrough to showcase a new mod that has been released, but I'm gonna stick to the vanilla version of the game, to the basic version of the game. And thank you Gonzo Easy for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay here with us. Really appreciate the follow. But it would be nice every now and then to step away from the basic game and show you a different mod, because there might be people who are interested in this as well. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stick to online until something really good comes as a mod. Something on the level of Eastern Sun for Diablo 2. Something like that, that really makes an impact. Or like synergies for Torchlight 2. Huge, massive, game-changing mod. And that's why it's good for that game to keep the offline mode as an option for people who wanna meddle with modding. The ARPG community is very famous for being very active in the modding. You can look at Titan Quest, you can look at Grim Dawn, you can look at Torchlight. That's at Diablo, of course, we can never forget Diablo 2. For people who are big on the modding. It's just that the community of that genre loves modding and loves playing mods. Because they're fun, some of them are very fun to give you something different, a different type of experience that you can't get with the vanilla product. Wood filters would be nice if they can be part of the main game without having to play offline. And I think something like that is what the... Shit, I'm stuck here, I can't move. It would be nice if the developers make it part of the real game. And the worst thing that got me stuck here is this bug. Look at that, now I can't move. Look at where my cursor is, my character is not going there. This is one of my most hated bugs in the game. Together with the bug that makes me deal 0 damage after Warpath. Yeah, I can't wait. 8 days. 8 fucking days left. Tomorrow I'm starting a countdown. The 1 week left countdown. No, 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 no. Phew, almost died here. What? What? The enemy didn't explode with a delay. He exploded with different spears immediately after he died. Normally that's not it. Normally there's a delay. So whatever happened, maybe it's some sort of a map modifier that made him explode immediately instead of after a delay. Whoa, yeah, indeed. Whoa. This enemy explodes with 4 spear projectiles in 4 direction. The launch time, I'm not sure they have announced the launch time. I really want to know the launch time so I can prepare my stream in advance, get ready. What's gonna happen is my stream will be starting on the launch time until shortly after midnight, until maximum 1 in the morning. After that I'm gonna stop my stream, but probably I'm gonna keep playing. Or maybe I'm gonna create a new character and keep playing with the other character to keep that playthrough separate. Or I can keep streaming but without talking. If people are fine with that, that's gonna be fine, but I'd rather not stream with muted mic. So we'll see how it is. But hopefully when the game launches I'm gonna be able to at least complete some good stuff. I really wished to separate it and to be able while streaming to keep that character just for the streaming, so I can have the ability to pick up where I left off on the next stream, but I'd rather max out the leveling case up and then probably I can do leveling streams separately from that. But yeah, I can't talk after 1 in the morning normally. But let's see, is there any info in the Discord? I'm currently in the Wolcen Discord, so let's see some announcements. Let's see some announcements. I don't think they've announced the launch yet. Announcements, no. Nothing about the launch yet. Regarding what time. I'm assuming next week they're gonna announce it, or maybe this week on Friday they might announce it. Oh look, new spell, new skill released today. Let me show you that quickly. Parasite. You wanna see this. You wanna see this. So today they're showing 3 things so they can catch up with next week being less days. And quickly something that you may not have seen yet. This is Parasite. Yeah, my streaming software crashed. Sorry for that. So yeah, I was showing you Parasite. I'm not sure whether all of you saw it, but this is it. You can Channel a ray of light and you can leech the wife out of enemies, and when the enemy dies it fights for you, and you can possess regular enemies like underlings and specialists. So basically I'm assuming it's not gonna be the blue, the yellow or the orange outlined and named enemies. Just the most basic ones. Seems like a fun spell. Seems like a fun spell. Alright, let's get back to OBS, which crashed. In just a moment. Alright, just checking if my stream is running. I think all of you are seeing it now, right? Mixer, YouTube, etc. Yeah, I think it's working. Just wanted to make sure it is. Pretty weird, first time my OBS is crashing while I'm streaming. Normally it doesn't. But I guess there's always a first time even for those crashes. Let's do a few more maps. Let's do Veteran 3 again. This and then maybe this and then alright, we're good to go. So they're gonna be catching up. They're gonna be catching up with the posting of skills, and they're not gonna be posting 2 a day, but they're gonna be posting 3 or 4 a day. Probably 3 a day would be what they're gonna be posting. So they would be able to post all the new stuff before the launch. And since on schedule, they would have been able until Friday next week to post everything. If they were doing 2 a day. One new skill a day and one new modifier. But if they do more than one skill a day, before the launch we're gonna be able to see all the new skills. And thankfully Jessica posted 3 today. Yeah, we've got another like an hour left of this. It's weird how OBS crashing doesn't automatically resume the stream. Would have expected for it to kind of resume, or maybe tell me that it did, but anyways. I think the reason it crashed is I accidentally had started my Chrome, and my Chrome has over 100 tabs. It's my trash browser. My browser I don't keep up while streaming. And it's where I keep my personal accounts, not my streaming accounts, linked and opened. And I had it opened, I forgot to close it before I started streaming, and this probably drained a lot of resources, mostly memory. Okay, let's go this way. Boom. enemies. We're almost ready to kill the boss. Perfect. Second shoulder with the force shield. So now we're ready. We just need the armor and the legs. But shoulder wise we are ready for that conversion build. For the conversion assassin setup. So I've got 2 of those. I just need the searing, the smile of the searing sun chest and the rage mage leggings, which would be also good for the assassin, wife teal assassin. And by the way, I suspect that the wife teal assassin would be such a strong setup on launch. It's probably gonna be the second or third build I'm gonna try and make if I get the gear for it. But judging by how rare certain things drop, I'm probably not gonna be able to. What's happening with the drop rate? That's a interesting streak happening. I normally, so far today, you saw my work has never been that good today. But look at this map, 3 uniques already in one map. Maybe 4? I can't remember if the Chrono Cell was from this or the previous map. But I think it wasn't. Well, I'm gonna kill this enemy and get the chest. Because this map seems to be a wacky one, I wanna clear it before moving on to the next one. There's something about it that makes me wanna finish all the shit that can be done. Let's keep moving. And boom, and boom, and boom. Clearing all the trash mobs. Getting those uniques. How did this miss? Well, keep moving. Keep it moving. Boom. See this? As I said earlier, someone asked the same question, or not asked the same question, but said the same thing you said. I think up to level 90 would take us around 30 hours. This is just my guess. With slow leveling, maybe people with fast leveling would be able to do it quicker. This is just my guess based on the current way how long it takes to finish the story. Watch all the cinematics, not skip the cinematics, but watch all the cinematics and finish Act 1 and hit level 20. So based off of this pacing, I'm saying 5-6 hours per act. That would take you roughly to 55-60. So between 15 and 20 hours to finish the story, and then another 10 hours to finish leveling all the way to 90 maximum. Maybe it's gonna be even faster, because you're not gonna be doing story past level 60, past the story. You're gonna be focusing solely on grinding. You're gonna be pushing further and further with the levels of the enemies. That means you're gonna be getting more and more experience, which means probably another 5 hours after finishing the story would be more than enough of pure grinding without pauses, for cinematics, for quests, for talking to this NPC, talking to that NPC. So maybe it's probably even gonna be doable in 25 hours. We'll see. This isn't far from a best build. This is probably the best for speedrunning. With this build for speedrunning I have very fast movement speed. I have good clearance of bosses on the easy modes. If you do something hard, this won't work. This is not a build for meta, at least for this beta. When the game launches, things would be different. Things would be very different, and this build might be good, might be better, might be worse. One thing's for sure, Bladestorm is always a good setup for pushing the easier levels, the easier endgame difficulties. Because it gives you a lot of mobility, it gives you good AoE to clear trash enemies. You're playing mage. Okay, well for mage there's gonna be good stuff. The rage mage is one of the good things I like about the mage. You can also do a turret mage. You would also be able to do a necromancer. So for a necromancer there's few things you might wanna see. One of them is the poison golem. Poison golem, he can taunt, he can tank for you. Pet that can tank. Then you have this one, melee zombies, 2 melee zombies that can attack your target that you tell them to. Then you have the ranged zombies. So 2 melee and then 2 ranged zombies. And then you have this new spell Parasite that allows you to drain life and then to control an enemy, to dominate an enemy that can fight for you. So this is good for a mage if you want that type of a mage, the necro type. Then you're gonna have things like Annihilation with 3 beams instead of just 1 or 2. Then you're gonna have this one for a mage, being able to heal and deal damage and charge it for bigger AoE. Then you're gonna have this one, knock back enemies, deflect projectiles, and this one for a mage, close range mage. Assassin mage. This is probably gonna be part of my rage mage, not rage mage, but it's gonna be part of my assassin setup, the wife leech assassin, which I'm probably gonna make with a mage offhand, the Eneract, and with a dagger, with a good dagger. That's what I'm probably gonna go for. Oh, actually no, I'm gonna make it with the shield. I'm gonna make it with the force shield. So I'm gonna need a dagger that gives me access to this spell probably. Or if this has a modifier to be changed from Aether to Shadow, then I'm gonna have access to it from my assassin. And I'm gonna be praying for this skill to have a Shadow version, so I can use the Shadow legs to get access to it without needing to spec into a catalyst. And I wouldn't necessarily need to use Aether Jump, but I'd prefer to be able to use Aether Jump, so maybe I'm still gonna use the Eneract instead of the shield. But with the shield I'm gonna have more HP. With the with the flat shadow damage to attacks shield. The flat shadow damage to attacks shield together with Smile of the Searing Sun, together with 2 of those shoulders, and maybe 2 of those gauntlets. For that assassin build I have in mind would be very interesting. Shit tons of HP, shit tons of Wife Leech, shit tons of attack speed. And Slayer's Fury. For even more attack speed and Wife Leech. This is something I've not seen. I've not seen anyone talk about or say that they've seen a build like that one that I have in mind. But it really requires some of the rarest items in the game. Especially the armor. It's the one item I've never gotten. For over... Like while I was playing online, over 160 hours online on this version, on this account, excluding my old account. And while playing offline, we're probably already going to 30 hours or so, maybe more. Yesterday I did 11 hours and a half. Today I probably did... I'm not sure how much I've done because my stream reset. But let's say I started at 5:30 in the afternoon and it's already midnight. And the days before as well. But this shit just doesn't want to drop. James Telltale, that's another item that used to drop like crazy, but it's the first time I'm getting it on this character. It's good for some projectile builds. It's very good for a melee turret build. So you're getting extra projectile damage from this, and then you're getting extra melee based on your projectile damage. And then you get extra force shield and health and whatnot. All right. Cluster them up for AoEs. Shit. How? How did this shit even happen? I didn't even notice someone charging at me from the other part of the map. The other end of the screen. Yeah, some of the kills are pretty OP. From like, I don't even see where he's coming from and suddenly bam, surprise. Backstab. A lot of stuff dropping, by the way, with this run. I'm surprised that it's that generous, opposed to runs we had with 300 wood quality, dropping 6, 5, 7, 8 times less than this run. Okay, next. See what's here. Maybe a chest. No. Oh, let's see this one. Oh, attributes. Something dropped. Chrono cell, another chrono cell. This is just messing with me. Three chrono cells. Alright, let's keep moving. That's a nice streak, very nice streak on this map. But yeah, 3 chrono cells for like 3 maps or 2 maps was it? This is the drop rates I would like to see. This kind of drop rate that I'm seeing right now. This is what feels good to me. The item core kind of drop rate. Like Diablo 2 Eastern Sun. Hopefully it would drop what we need before we end the stream tonight. If not, we've got another week to try, starting tomorrow. Maybe we could get it then. Oh shit, those spears. Come on game, you know you wanna drop me that armor. I know you do. It already dropped the shoulders, so I don't see a reason why it wouldn't drop the armor. I don't even need to be here, but since it's dropping, I wanna clear everything. I wanna make sure I'm not missing out on some possible drops. While I have that streak work going on, let's use it to the max we can. Are there any enemies left here? No, okay. Alright, we're getting close to the big boy. No, those were inside the ground. Interesting. They were halfway falling through the ground. Let's do this. Damn, is this guy yellow name or orange name? He took a lot of hits. I think he was yellow name. Fuck, no rage. Ah, fuck. My rage ran out. I mean, I didn't run out of rage, but the fucking transfer time is fucking me over. I wish using a potion makes this go down the other way. So annoying that it doesn't. This map would take forever. It's always this biome. Whenever I reach this biome, it takes so long to clear all the enemies due to the fucking layouts being so weird. Let's see. Oh, they're coming from everywhere. Sorry, had to mute the mic for a moment. Ah, rage. Phew. Phew. Ah. Oh, wow. Not getting much reses left. Damn biome. I'm not sure what to call this biome, but primordial powers or whatever. Almost ready to kill the boss though. Just gonna have to play a bit safer. No, fuck. Fucking freezes, man. Those damn freezes. I didn't even see from where the freeze came. I escaped it on purpose and then suddenly it calls up to me. Where did those little demons come from? They weren't there earlier. Try and push towards the boss. I can clear those enemies after the boss has been killed, maybe. Oh shit, not the best boss to get. But can't say I expected much better though. Right, that was quicker than expected. Let's check the loot. How many maps was that? 4? This is number 5 out of 6, I think, or maybe 6 out of 6. But the Wookiee streak seems to have been over now. Hasn't dropped in a long while. Probably 0 good drops in the previous map. that a movement speed shrine? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe attack speed shrine, because I do seem to be spinning faster. Yeah, maybe it's an attack speed shrine, or it just looks like it. And I'm not moving faster, so it's not movement speed shrine. How many more? Oh, a lot more left. Wow. Come on, come on. Spawn more, spawn more. Need them spawned grouped up. And there hasn't been many elites on this map if you've noticed. Barely any. Alright, let's get some creep before the boss fight. Okay, I think it's this way and then down. But my shrine would be over before I reach the boss. Too far away. This one. Let's try this. Shit, no rage. That was this one, and the next ones would be probably some Rat of Saricel ones. Few Rat of Saricel maps to do. Maybe get something good from there too. Toxic damage, Aether damage, Sacred damage. This is good for spells. Aether, Sacred for an occult build. Keep that one. I'm not gonna keep this one though. But that force shoot makes me wanna keep it in case I go for the force shoot build. Material damage, force shield. Aether damage added to spells. So here I'm not gonna keep this one anymore. $25, $26. Oh, that can go over 25% for shield. And the top two stats seem to be fixed and never change. Okay, let's do this. So this, let's do top only the top. Whatever we get, we get. And here. Some quick runs. Wood modifier, perfect. It's a good one, burn chance. Is the wood sense tingling? Maybe. Kind of is. We're gonna see at the end of this map. Maybe there's gonna be a chest. I'm gonna do a circle here. Negative, is this normal that when I'm channeling I can't press flask till I end channeling? Yes, that is normal. That is normal, I wish it wasn't, but yeah. I also wish I could do some things that would seem too OP, but I wish I could do one skill while channeling another. Like, for example, I'm channeling spin to win, I wish I could do bleeding catch while channeling the spin to win. So I could get access spinning around me while I'm spinning without needing to stop. But that's too overpowered, so I understand why they didn't do it that way. But if a unique item allows me to do that, it would be nice. There. Getting close. Yeah, healing flask would be nice to be able to use it while channeling. And it wouldn't be overpowered for sure. But the way it is, it has to do an animation of drinking the flask, and that's why it isn't like that at the moment. Fucking assassin shadow blade. I forgot that I had one of those on me. Would have went to kill the boss immediately instead of killing the other enemies. Rank S for shame again. Okay, let's see what we've got. Junk. Yeah, basically BS. Worlds of BS. Right, let's go again. Something like this, and let's go top. On the top, top. More untainted and accept. And it keeps giving me this damn biome. Come on, game. You have other maps in your arsenal. You have to give me ones from this biome. We're on the quest to get that damn armor. Or those legs. Any of the two would work. Preferably the armor though. Another shadow blade. I'm gonna have to kill this one. Because there's a chest and I wanna stop for it. But yeah, there's an animation of drinking the potions, that's why he stops to drink it. Okay, got him sorted. Alright, bunch of junk again. Can go for the boss fight now, before it's too late and another shadow blade appears. Mind Sewer is fine. I think with Mind Sewer I'm gonna be okay for the boss fight. The white chest, I'm not gonna stop for it. was ultra. Yeah, nothing interesting. Okay, we're gonna do a few more of those. This. I really want a rogue, what's it called? Agent's legs. Is this any good? I'm not sure it's worth keeping. Because if it gave attack damage it would have been perfect, but it gives spell damage. It is still for a hybrid, but yeah. It's only one fat. Let's try 3. Let's do middle only. Only in the middle. Middle. Alright, let's enter properly. They don't want to jump anything. Boom. I'll try and speed this one. Oh, never mind. There's a chest. No more speeding. Gotta stop for the chest. Wait, oh, I didn't untaint it. Alright, I'm gonna have to return after this chest. Or maybe I can just keep doing this until after 1 or 2 more and that's it. Another James Total. What? 2000 and he's still alive. Wow. Keep pushing then. No, don't die. Nice. Keep going. And here. We got a lot of those. Getting there. Hi Bomb J, welcome, hello. And I'm glad to have you on my Twitch. Thank you for the follow, dude. And welcome to the Stroke Club. Feel free to ask any questions about the game, about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, how I'm doing it. But yeah, it's basically me doing some endgame farming, trying to get a certain item. One item that I really need, certain armor, and another one that I don't really need because I've had it before, but I would like to have as well with certain leg armor. Wait, that's just rubber banding. Why is it rubber banding in single player? This is a question I would like to know the answer of. Oh, Zapstick. Let's keep going. A bit more left. No, 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 no. Phew. Okay, now it's elite time. Oh wow, this movement speed. This movement speed, wow. What's next? Next we're going here. I'm just letting my rage dissipate for a bit, trying not to attack the enemies. Alright. We can go for the boss now. By the time I reach him here, he's gonna be vulnerable. Alright, keep going, keep going, keep going. This way. Abolition Act, of course it's gonna be one of those. Ah! Kinda got stuck there. Oh. Death Traveler. Ah! Rage, 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 rage. Fucking rage. Running out. Alright, nice. Nice. But yeah, I'm gonna have to skip the spinning for a moment. Just to get the rage some time to transfer. Oh, there's a chest here after the boss fight. How did he even do that? He was supposed to be stunned after my attack. Again, he survived and didn't get stunned. Well, okay. Anything interesting? This might be fun to check. Wait, was that 31? Oh, that's the resistance, not damage. This is damage though, and it's 35 with 19 rage and willpower cost reduction. Not bad for an occult setup. I'm doing physical now though, I'm doing material. Need a better one of those with more than 15 and more than 15. Alright, maybe one more map. No. That was a long distance traveled. Those explosions, by the way, some of them damage the enemies too. Some of those explosion modifiers. Like I think the one that chased me can damage the enemies if they end in those explosions. Okay, just a few more enemies. Here and here. Let's wait for the beam and then I'm gonna knock him out. Right, perfect timing to dodge my attack with this teleport shit that he does. Okay, I can dodge his stuff as well. Yeah, this white thing is rage I don't have. The same goes for the willpower. It's rage that I can't use right now until it transfers over. So as it transfers over to willpower, this goes down. So its rage I have regenerated, but I don't have access to. That's kind of the best way to explain it, because rage I don't have would be the black thing, the one that's here. But when I fill it up and I have transfer time needed to be done, it's rage I have, but I don't have access to. I can't use it for skills yet. I keep missing with this charge. Finally. Alright, I think I'm gonna go back to the town now, cause it's almost time. It's almost time. So as usual, I'm gonna try and find someone else who's playing the game. Maybe Black Bart might be playing, he was here earlier. He's a cool guy. Let's see who else is streaming. No one I know, but I've already given some viewers to Book of Joshua. Let's test someone else. Someone else who's streaming Drop a Dusky or Sir Medieval. Sir Medieval, I think I've seen this guy somewhere. But he's new, he's not doing endgame. Not sure who to send you to, but yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I will be just throwing my Twitch viewers over to someone else. I'm gonna put my ending sequence, keep it cool until next time, and if you're on Twitch I can just do a raid and throw you over to someone else. For the other platforms, until next time, and keep it cool. Okay, if you're staying for the raid, I'm gonna start it in a moment. Let's try this guy. He seems fun. Alright, we can raid him.